Well, good morning.
Good morning. It is 8:15 a.m. and we are here with Zach Kennedy for a legislative update. Hello, Zach.
Oh, sorry. Man, how's it going? Had to shut my door there real quick. I was trying to give you guys let me see. There, how's that? Check that out.
Perfect.
Well, good morning. How are we doing today? Man, well, it's great to talk with you guys. It's been quite the interesting start to session. I think the governor-elect really threw us all for a little bit of a loop here, and coming out and being a lot more conservative than what I think anybody expected. Coming out on the tax packages and saying, no, you guys got to cut before we're going to approve any new taxes and new spending, and we kind of got to get this under control. Also, spent quite a bit of time talking about how we need to make sure that we've got money to put things in place that we've already done. Spoke with Representative Dent yesterday, and he spoke extremely highly of the incoming governor because he was on the transition team, which I think really made an interesting impact with the transition team being comprised of Republicans, Democrats, liberal, conservative. It seems like the governor is taking a really even approach to governing the state. Now, that said, he's still definitely leaning more towards the liberal politics side of things. But I think what we're really hoping for this year, well, over the next 4 years, is a much better line of communication into the governor's office that puts us in a position where we can actually share some of our thoughts and feelings and information and kind of get some feedback coming in on all sides. So that's an interesting, I think, approach to how we're doing this. Did you guys all get my email that I sent out, or the previous two emails?
I did not.
Uh-oh. That would mean that
Right.
thinking about, I shot you the email and I think it came back to me and said that your email address is no longer valid. I'll get with Barb and get your new one.
Yeah, it's KR instead of just K Burgess.
Ah, okay. That would be it. I'm gonna put KR Burgess. All right. Well, I will resend that to you this morning. So, yep, I've got you just as K Burgess. I'll put an R in there. Everything else the same?
Yep.
Fantastic. All right. I've got that in there. Um, One of the bills that I kind of wanted to touch base with you guys on is 1188, talking about local governments and approval for solar siting, wind and solar siting recommendations from FSEC. Have you guys had a chance to look at that bill?
I have not. That's
Okay.
wasn't on my list.
Okay, so there's another one that kind of goes with it, especially for you guys. I'm going to give you these two bill numbers. And they're in the report, but it's 1188, and the second one is 1237. And both of these are talking about siting for renewable energy stuff. It's kind of a back and forth. A lot of this is coming out of kind of Amanda's efforts down in Yakima County. So the 1237 is facilitating predictable and timely application decisions by the Energy Facility Site Evaluation Council. It's worth a read and kind of looking at the bill analysis on your guys' part. I'd love to hear what you guys think about it. If you want to raise any concerns or chime in on it, please let me know. I've kind of already got the Wasac, Kelsey here is working on it, but we need to kind of coordinate with that.
Okay.
Is there anything else that's on your guys' radar right now as we head into session that you want to pay attention to or watch or look at or evaluate?
There was quite a few on the WASAC that we went over. They were supporting, some they were opposing. So I want to go back there and look at all those, and then I'll have more information for you. But I haven't had a chance to look them over. This all happened on Friday, so.
Yep. Yeah, no problem at all. We're so early in the session right now that honestly, they haven't even got into the swing of it. We don't really know what the feel's going to be. Again, with the governor kind of throwing everybody a curveball here, we were expecting Jay Inslee, but worse, and, able to articulate his points. And what we got was something much more akin to what we would have seen from, previous governors. So I'm pretty encouraged that we'll be able to have a line of communication, and that'll be a good deal. So it'll really set a better tone, I think, this year for the session. It's going to make them actually have a conversation.
Yeah, I saw Tom Saturday night, and that's kind of what he was saying. He was pretty impressed.
Yeah, and I think surprised.
Yeah,
I mean, so I'm really pleased to see, we're kind of heading back towards Gregoire days, which was great communication. She was not afraid to tell you no, but she'd tell you why. So at least we'll know where we stand instead of kind of flying in the dark. So if you guys have any questions about what you're seeing on the WASAC list, just let me know. Are you or anybody coming over to the steering committee this week?
no, I'm not gonna make it this week. I'm gonna try to plan to be there the 1st of February.
Cool. Well, I'll be here and available if when you come for the 1st of February meeting, if you want to meet with anybody or see anybody, give me a heads up a little bit beforehand and I'll do what I can to get some of the meetings set up for you.
Okay.
It's never a bad idea to do that. We are coming up right at that time, right up on cutoff. So, I mean, we're a couple weeks ahead of it. So that'll be busy and it'll be a good time to see people.
Yeah, I'm more of an in-person kind of guy. I like to know who I'm talking to.
Absolutely. So, I know that we did on the firearms bill specifically, kind of locking out oh man, different areas like parks, and we're looking at your fairgrounds and everything. They did get an amendment hung on that one that allows concealed carry individuals to carry in those areas. I don't know if that makes that any more palatable for you guys, but kind of we're going to keep an eye on that one. And there's a couple other firearms things coming along that we're really keeping an eye on. It's too early in the session, I think, to make too much noise about them because the nasty ones will probably die like they always do, and we'll
Good.
just kind of keep an eye on them.
Okay, well, we can appreciate that.
Of course. Well, being that it's so early in the session, that's about all I've got for you guys today. If you guys have anything you need me to look at or any questions or anything like that, I'm available anytime. It's kind of my annual first meeting conversation. By all means, call, text, email anytime. If I can't get to you, I'll get back as soon as I'm out of committee or whatever it is that I'm doing.
Okay, I
So,
appreciate that. Thank you.
yep, and I'm here. Use me.
Okay, we'll do that.
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you guys very much. And let me know if there's anything you need.
Okay, we'll do. Have a great day.
Outstanding. You too. Thank you.
We'll recess until 8:30 when we are back with prosecuting attorney's office update. Good morning. It is 8:30 a.m. and we are back in session with the prosecuting attorney's office update. Hello.
Hello. Probably start off with an executive session, litigation, uh, potential litigation.
How long?
15 or 10?
15. Start off with 10 and go for 15 if we need.
Okay, let's start with 10.
Okay. Cora, if you can hear me, I'm trying to promote you to a panelist, but as soon as I switch, I won't be able to. So we're going to go into executive session beginning at 8:31 a.m., coming out at 8:41 a.m. for litigation, RCW 42.30.1101I.
Thank you, Kevin.
Let's go 10 minutes. Yeah, okay.
It is 8:41.
We will be continuing in executive session for 10 more minutes, coming out at 8:51. How much do you want to go till 9?
Probably.
We're going to extend executive session until 9 a.m.
later today, and not that it will.
We're out of executive session.
Do we need to ask, Barb or Caitlin about looking at your guys' schedule and getting something, hopefully this week, maybe?
Yeah.
And Jen, do you have any, scheduling conflicts?
You just want 30 minutes or 1 hour?
I know.
I thought 10 minutes was gonna be enough, so my,
Well, I
Time
think
frame
I
probably is not-
will be able to move forward at the end of the day. I will probably have
a better idea.
yeah.
Tomorrow it looks like we have a 10 to 11 area.
Perfect.
I
An
don't
hour's
know if
great.
I'm available, but. Caitlin, do we have 1 hour on our calendar available tomorrow?
Yes, you could do from 10 to 11 if you'd like, and then I think 10 to 11 would probably be the best option.
Tomorrow is Wednesday, just so everyone knows.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good with it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, and we have an hour to advertise that meeting. Are you guys gonna be okay with that?
Yeah, we'll get it advertised.
Cool.
Okay, we will go into recess until our next meeting is in the room.
Cindy left, so.
She knew what time it was. Good morning, it is 9:03 a.m. and we are here for our juvenile court youth services update.
Good morning.
Hello.
How's it going? Just starting with the financial piece. On December 2024, we had 14 juveniles in Chelan, and that gave us a total of 110 care of days. And then the average daily population was only 3.55. That's one of the lowest we have seen. Even though we did have 14 kiddos, they were short stay, so they didn't have that many days in detention. The total cost for this month was $19,058. As you guys can tell, we did had to do the budget extension because we are paying for October, November, and December of 2023. We pay for 2024. So we're gonna be doing the same thing for this next year, even though we actually kind of estimate the reconciliation that we will have. I don't know if you guys have any questions as to the financial piece. No questions? Okay. For intakes today, we actually do have 5 juveniles. Juvenile 1 is charged with murder in the second degree, assault in the first drive-by shooting, and as you guys can tell, he has been with us for a long time, 494 days today. Juvenile 2, unlawful possession of a firearm. He's also been with us for 157 days. Juvenile 3, charged with unlawful possession of a firearm, attempted elude a police officer, and in custody for 17 days up to date. Juvenile 4, charged with probation violations. He was sentenced with 5 days, but even though he already did his 5 days violations, he also have bail in his case.
Were
So-
juvenile 3 and 4 together?
No,
Oh, it just.
they were different, yes, yes. So he does have 17 days in juvenile 5. We got him on Friday, so he stayed with us over the weekend, and I just saw that he was gonna be sent to diversion. So he's being released this morning.
So when they go to diversion, will they go through the district court diversion program?
No, they go through us. They
Okay.
actually do send it through us, so we have a diversion counselor, and then depends if they have, now what we're doing, we're utilizing, if they have, since we can have infinity diversion, they can actually, after the second diversion, they do a full risk assessment to see if they qualify with any other services or, programs that we do for evidence-based programs. So hopefully we can get to them in the first stages before they come to the juvenile system. As juvenile intakes for 2024, we actually had a total of 194 juveniles. 193 were offenders, and 1 juvenile was at-risk youth. And for the month of December, as you guys can tell, as I was telling you the numbers, we only had 8 total intakes and even though for the business hours, after hours, it was a little backwards. The business hours were actually higher than the after hours. We had 5 during business hours and 3 after hours. For court, for the offender unit, we currently have 233 cases, and 119 fall under the category of diversion. For truancy, we finally got the vet report to work for us. AOC restored that report for us. And as of January 17, we currently have 132 active petitions. 27 are stays, 21 are stays lifted. Stage filed, sorry. 9 still stays lifted and 6 contempt of court. And as you guys can tell, it's 173 cases were dismissed from the Moses Lake School District. And as I was telling you guys before, this is because a lot of the layoffs that they did. And right now, I don't think there is a priority of them to try to deal with truancy. It's unfortunately, but I know that they have a lot in their hands, so that's lower priority for them to deal with truancy. So they dismiss most of their cases. And for dependency, we have 163 active cases. 113 are assigned to staff. 39 cases are delegated to volunteers. And 11 cases are actively monitored since they have an attorney for them. With Chelen, I still meet with them bi-weekly to see if we have any problems. So far, we haven't had any problems. So things are good with that. My administration, I just wanted you guys to be aware. In October 2024, I submitted a consent agenda item that was for our latest version of Right Track. And since it was just a quote, I didn't send it to Rebecca. And this was approved for this year, starting this year. So since I was gonna start my update for the new version, we realized that Rebecca was not involved in the process. So I sent it to Rebecca and she's reviewing that. So just so you guys are aware, even though it was approved already and you guys sign on it, she's reviewing, and if something it's different that she does not like, I will send it back to for review for the board, for BOCC, just so you guys are aware. And in the
When
needs
did
of,
Rebecca get that? Just recently?
I was a week ago.
Okay.
So I think she's still reviewing that, yeah, so. But so far, I don't know if she's actually gonna kick it back to consent agenda, or she will say, hey, everything's fine, you don't need to send it back. and needs of the department. I do want to request one of my newer supervisors, Teresa Crawford, to be considered for the National Association of Counties Professional Leadership. I don't know if she can be added for this year or wait. Just so you guys reference, I'm gonna start mine on April 2025. So I know she's one of the newest one, and since this is a great opportunity, I wanted her to be included as well.
Teresa worked for us before.
Yes, she has been, but she was never a supervisor, so she was a different
I think it
role.
would be a great, I'm just on week 2 right now, so.
Mhm. Are you right now doing it? Perfect. So since I didn't know the process, I just wanted to bring it to you guys' attention to see how the process works. And I know that I think it's Tom Gaines, right? The one.
Yeah, Tom,
leading
for some
everybody.
reason, is kind of facilitating it. Yes, thank you,
Yeah.
Tom. He went through the course and just really has a lot of great things to say about it. And we do have a budget countywide. It's kind of in our, we have a trading budget. So if you don't have that, I think it's 16 or 1,800.
Yeah.
So I think we've kind of opened it up countywide so that should.
So since I'm asking for a request, I don't know how would I know if she's actually considered for this year or next year? Is it a waiting list?
Yeah, I think if you just, I don't think they say no to anybody, they just make more groups. So I would just visit with Tom, since Tom, and I need to push you off, but Tom seems to be the facilitator and the one that will get everybody signed up. And I know Kevin, are you doing it later?
Yeah, I think Tom's got me. Gotta do it later.
Maybe the April, because I know some of us are doing it now.
I'm doing it in April as well.
Okay, so yeah, I'm sure there's still time for her to sign up for April and she wants to do it.
Okay, so the recommendation will be just ask Tom to add her to the list.
I would say, Rob, any other, I don't think we're doing we haven't approved.
Yeah, I would just see when the next available slots were and who you want her with, or if you don't care, and go from there. I know there's like 3 different starting periods in the next few months.
Okay. And other
You
than.
might want to go through it before she does.
Or go with it, go through
Same
with
time.
her, because I know there's some things you can kind of work with your.
Together.
Yeah.
Work together on it, yeah.
Like I said, I'm only on starting week 2, but definitely.
It's been good? Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
There will be more interaction to.
Good.
Kind of lead.
Good. Other than that, I don't know if you guys have any questions about my report or things that are happening. Do you guys know if you guys have the new agenda, I guess, schedule for us to meet with you guys, or is it still once a month for now? Or
Right now, it's just normal. We had it moving, and I don't know what's going on with it now.
So when you're juvenile number 1 charged with murder, is that typical that you be in incarceration for that many days?
So because he's been charged, and I'm sorry, I apologize since you're newer. If you have any questions, please let me know. But usually these type of charges, since they're very serious, he has been charged as an adult. So because they are in the adult or he's in the adult system, it takes a long time. But usually we will see them between a year to a year and a half with us, so.
And we did have a young man who was in here and then he aged out at youth services and now he's in jail. And I think, weren't they together? I don't know if they were together or.
They were on the same, on the same, so
So
these.
the other one is already aged out of youth services. I don't know how, I think we've got another year on this.
On this case, yes. I heard, I don't know if, that they were getting a resolution soon, but like I say, I don't know since he's actually being charged as an adult, so I don't know how.
And then once he's sentenced, then he will leave Grant County.
Yes, and even though he might be charged as an adult, he can still be a JR until 25. So he most likely will be sentenced to one of the JR facilities and stay there until he's 25. Depends on the sentencing as well. But
Okay.
yeah, he's been with us for a long time.
Family.
I know, and then they will stay with us until they're 18. And then when they're 18, they will be transferred to the jail, Grand County Jail. But
Okay, thank you. you.
Thank
And
you.
thank you for waiting a little bit. We had-
Oh, no, not a problem. Thank you.
You're complete?
Yeah, all
All
good.
right,
Thank you.
We will go into recess until 9:30 when we are back for a bond finance meeting. Good morning, it's 9:30 a.m. and we are back in session for a bond financial meeting.
Oh, shoot. Now I remember what the purpose of this meeting.
You don't know why we were here? Joe, we're here to figure out how are we gonna pay for the additional bond that we are going out for?
I was,
His salary? Not enough,
Yeah,
huh?
let's not get it.
I'm just trying to figure out how to, okay, so I take it you didn't bring the balances.
I didn't know. I'm lucky I even saw that this was on my calendar.
Okay,
What do you need, Daryl? I'll grab it right now.
bond financial meeting.
Ending cash balances
Okay.
of
1 second.
113, oh no, 133, 126, 132. And and the one that where the tax money goes into.
114 or 117.
Okay,
Which one is it? Which one is the tax? Is it 114?
I don't
that
know.
would have around 10 million in it.
I know, somebody gave me this sweet little budget book and it's sitting upstairs on my desk.
Oh, the day I don't bring mine.
But let me go to the,
And the Jim Nelson email, did that have a 55-year?
Good morning.
well, he'll be trying to write you down FYI over leadership.
Okay, first one, you want 114?
Another leadership.
Wait.
employee.
Whatever the sales tax money's going into.
The criminal justice sales tax? 117?
117.
Okay, the ending balance. $13 million
It's in what? In the criminal.
in the criminal justice and sales tax.
How much is it?
13
Which
million.
right now we have committed.
13 million.
Let me double check that.
What was,
One moment, sir.
well, Jim Nelson's spreadsheet would show how much we committed already. Is it a 4 million or?
More than that. One.
Okay.
You ready to
I
roll?
forgot the purpose of the meeting and what I was supposed to bring.
You were just supposed to bring your brain because it's all in there. And
I think you were asking me to bring in what was the balances of these funds.
no,
No, we're
not so
trying
much
to
the
figure out how
balances
we're
in
gonna
these
pay
funds,
for
but
these.
last week when we met and talked about this, you were throwing fund numbers around in various places. We're gonna take so much from strategic infrastructure funds. We're gonna take so much from we're gonna take so much from one set, and it was
We just didn't know.
Almost 8 million.
needed to write it down because couldn't quite track it.
So how much?
Almost 8 million, 7.9.
No,
Okay,
No,
so our
not for
2025
debt,
budget,
nothing.
we've got almost 8 million, 7.9 million that we need to pay
We've obligated.
for wages, bond, 311 transfer, and fund balance.
That includes a bond payment
Mhm.
of 4.8 million.
4.8, okay. All right,
Can you run down that list again, Cindy? I'm sorry.
Bond payment, 4.8 million, wage transfer, 2 million, $100,000 for the 311 transfer, and the fund balance, $1 million. So we're at 7.9 million.
that we're drawing from the cash balance at the end of the year, and then we generate $6 to $7 million.
We say we're generating 7.9.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, and the only, I just went on Grant County website. Grant County website under the auditor and the 2025 adopted budget. So that's what I'm looking at. So these numbers aren't correct. Page 82. No, yeah.
So we have the debt service, the bond payment. The wage supplementation, that's going to corrections, correct?
Yep.
That 311 transfer, what was the purpose of that?
To go into the maintenance fund that we haven't obligated anything out of it.
Okay, okay, so the 311, okay, so that is the 5% of the revenue surplus?
Mhm.
Okay.
Their slush fund.
It's not a slush fund, not a slush fund.
It's to fund the jail.
Yeah, no, I get that. Okay, all right, so I'm just trying to,
And just to, for the purpose of, educating Kevin, has nothing to do with me trying to remember. That calculation of the excess monies is revenues that come in. What, was it just sales tax revenues? Or was it also including, in regards to the formula, interest, investment interest?
it was 5% of the revenue surplus after we pay the debts we have to pay, right? So after you make the debt service payment, okay, then whatever revenue surplus was left over, 5% of that was supposed to be deposited. And it was never talked about any investment or interest income, so.
Okay, and so when you say revenue surplus, we're not talking about ending cash balance.
No.
Okay, so we're talking about the revenues of 24, which may or may not include investment interest, subtracting all the charges against the account.
Correct.
And what the net of, what was left
Yep.
of net for the year.
Yep.
Times 5%.
Yep.
So what happens, so if we spend more than the revenues that come in, that means zero, even though we may have a large cash balance.
Right. Well, so the whole purpose of this was current expense, right, currently can't support the preventative maintenance programs and the maintenance of that facility. That facility is bigger than this entire campus. Okay, so we had to come up with some way to help pay for the costs of maintaining that facility, and this was it. And it was based on the premise that our growth is going to continue, and if at 5% growth, 7% growth, we should have a revenue surplus. We should. But how that's affected going forward, I don't know. But that was the premise behind it.
So technically, if we decided in our interest-only years to tap from this fund as well, this would hurt the monies going into this maintenance.
I would like to attempt to protect that to some degree.
I just want the repercussions of decisions.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what this meeting's about, right? So as we discuss how we're going to make a debt service payment on another $55 million, how that's being funded and what, how we're paying for that, how we're paying for the morgue, the various funds we're using, and how that's going to work. So you had mentioned using REIT funds for the morgue or strategic infrastructure funds for the morgue, some amount of that. Do you remember what that was?
Yeah, okay, so I'm looking at your REIT 126, capital facilities, 400,000 for the 2025 budget, and 1.3, almost 1.4 million for central services capital. So 1.7 million, almost 1.8 million is for facilities and.
But I'm speaking specifically of the morgue.
Yeah, I don't see anything. I'm just trying to.
Yeah.
I thought we put something in there.
Well, we did. We had some money in there, but in last week's discussion, as we bounced around the various scenarios, one of the things that was brought up was, we're in this 55 million was $5 or $6 or $7 million for the morgue, or did we need that because we could use 2 or 3 million from REIT or $1 million from strategic infrastructure?
I thought we put it in there. I thought.
Well, we didn't
No, maybe that was
because we didn't really have a plan. So after the end of that discussion last week, it was like, well, we need to have this meeting so we can regurgitate all that and actually write it down.
So let me throw, since I just thought of it, I don't know why I haven't, because I've been a pain for the last 15 years on this. Is there any of the MAC 135 fund for 911 that has any impact on this jail?
Yeah, but doesn't the MAC board have to vote on it?
Right, but with its large balance in there that's hard to ever spend, is there a emergency service 911 angle of this that is connected with the jail? And if so, can we tap a few $100,000 from that on an annual basis to pay debt?
Do we currently charge for any services with the jail related to MAC? Why
No,
would we
they charge us.
assume? Yeah, I don't know why we,
I think they, when we've asked
Would
them in
be
the past.
providing radios and all
They do
of
build
that
that.
type of stuff into it. But
They've never been too keen on us touching any of those funds, even if we've asked about a reduction of the expenses that we paid in.
So interestingly, this last week, it was announced that Spokane County walked away from that 365 program. I guess it's not just Grant County, it's kind of a statewide program.
Oh.
They couldn't get it to work for them, and now they have to fund and build their own dispatch center.
ooh,
Their own dispatch center.
They're not gonna work with the various, so this 365 isn't just MAC here in Grant County, apparently.
Yeah, it's something, I thought it was statewide.
It is statewide, but Spokane County decided they couldn't get it to work for them, and they've walked away from it, and now they don't have a dispatch. I mean, they do temporarily, but they're gonna have to build their own.
Okay, there's like software.
And I've been reading about some problem with our local cities with this new program.
Well, have
Well, yeah.
Anyway,
So
so,
I just wanted to throw out the concept.
okay, so let's talk about the morgue, okay? So we're including costs for the morgue in the upcoming bond, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go for
What's
it.
in the 132 account? What's the balance? Because we've got a balance.
2,442,000.
Unencumbered?
No,
No, because we've
Okay.
got 700 for expenses. 1.5 million. We got 1.5 million, so we're gonna pretty much be taking that.
Plus the revenue of.
1.3 million capital outlay, public works, 150,000, fairgrounds capital, 121,000.
we're gonna get 1.2 in revenues this year though. Right? Did you
So that's
include that?
taken into, we're spending more than we're taking it.
Yeah, we're dipping into the fund balance.
Yeah.
So let's pretend the morgue is $8 million. We're funding some of that in the bond was gonna be 5 or 6 million from the bond proceeds, and then we were gonna do 2 or 3 million from either REIT or SIP or something. That's what kind of got thrown around last week, and that's what I'm trying to dial in on. So we can actually plan on it, and then we can ensure that
I
our,
think it's better to not tap cash at all.
Jim's just standing out there in the cold hallway. I was just wondering if he can come in.
hey, Jim, you can come in.
He can hear that well. I know you can hear outside, and I didn't know it was that.
So,
I prefer,
Oh, right, Jim.
I think it's better that we need to keep REIT as flexible as possible with financing. I think we don't want to pay any cash. We bond it all
okay, we bonded.
for the morgue.
What's that balance in 133? We budgeted 2.1 million.
5.6 million?
How much do we budget out of it?
2.150. 150,000.
Or 3.5 available?
See, this could be also, not just a resource for the morgue for debt payments, but a resource for portion of the jail addition as well.
So can you use any homeless money for, no?
Not that I know of, but
I don't even want to touch that one.
Okay, so, all right. I think I've got my questions answered. If we're gonna bond, and we're not gonna start talking about the various ways we use all the different funds, that just cleans that all up, and we just know we have one source. So,
I think the hardiest account is the 133 account, because it's a portion of the sales tax. I think our REIT is pretty much tapped. And we do have that 2 million. That's a big chunk coming out of the 117, the criminal justice sales tax of 2 million. But it's coming out for labor. If we could,
2 million coming out of the 117.
for the corrections
From
wages.
this year,
I thought it was,
including last,
Oh, okay.
24
Well, because we
and
transferred over, but
25.
still, it's a hit.
yes. Well, and the hope is that, again, just like the 5% revenue surplus, that as we continue to grow as a county, that revenue surplus gets greater and greater and greater, and then that 2 million is.
Well, that 117 and 133, they're all based on sales tax, not REIT. Maybe we'll have a fresh new.
So-
economy and-
Okay.
We can probably take some out of 133 account,
Can I,
but it's also our buffer to make the payments with.
can I safely assume that the board is willing to give me direction to use our property on Randolph Road to start building the coroner's office and just go that direction regardless of what the Port of Moses Lake thinks?
The Port of Moses, like, they were gonna reach out and set up a meeting with the commissioners.
Well, but they haven't, and they certainly are not acting like it's a priority. Because I've had to call them and ping on them and say, how are you willing to work? Please don't, but they've offered us 2 properties that nobody likes, and it's been crickets. So they're either serious or not serious about it, and I can't keep delaying this.
Okay, on the property, is it, I think that's where they wanna build their.
When are they gonna do that?
I don't
I'm just
know,
trying to be
They
realistic.
just don't wanna more get their entrance
What-
or.
They have to find an anchor
Demolished.
on our property, right, that they show in their plan. They show an anchor tenant. Who's working on this?
Even Brent Mayo said it'd be at least 10 years before they're even close to being serious about that.
And how come they can't adjust their plan around the immediate need that we have? Why do we have to plan and play around with their vision when we have an immediate critical need? I'm having a really hard time bouncing around looking for a place for the morgue. And I haven't heard back from Kim Foster either. So I don't,
I haven't heard back from any of the private landowners either.
I did see the Moses Lake Armory is all boarded up, it's like it's been abandoned. Maybe that could be a good mark.
It was Rite Aid down here. Did Rite Aid's
we
in
can't use it. That's-
No, but I
it's
just
kind of
drive
been
through
ruled out.
town,
Otherwise,
like
we'd
this
be
town
doing
is
it
drying
at
up.
The jail.
What?
I think the Moses Lake.
Rite Aid, this Rite Aid's staying open.
Is it? The
Yeah.
shelves don't look
Not
that
a-
way.
No, because they're under restructuring where they can't put out much
Yeah.
inventory
Okay,
Oh.
just
for
a
the
big-
bankruptcy. It's in a
Oh, I
bankruptcy
gotcha,
where
I gotcha.
they're not allowed to be as
My lunch is down.
many products.
I
They're
walked in
just
there a
waiting
couple
to
weeks
the.
ago, I was like, uh-oh.
There's not a car in the parking lot. Okay.
So anyway, that's a discussion that I need to have with the board, and I need to get clear direction and then not back off of it. I need to march forward. So I'm not sure when we can have that discussion.
People don't wait to get in the morgue,
Unfortunately.
unfortunately.
Well, and I'm worried, the port property that we don't like, I mean, if you think about it, we're dealing with the port, they're the permitting authority, we can get started right away. With our Randolph Road property, I'm ready to go for it and use it, but I think we're gonna have to do the SEPA, the geotech, we have to annex it, so we might be 8-9 months away from beginning construction
On our property?
on our property. So I don't know, and I'd like to talk to the city of Moses Lake about it again and see what that process is for them and the annexation of that property, because they're gonna demand that. Which is gonna hose the port, I get it, but we don't have a morgue.
That's quite a distance for an annexation.
It's not. They've got city property.
It'd be the Big Bend campus to get to it.
Well, you're just next to that parking right on Randolph Road.
Is city water and city sewer available on that lot?
It goes right through it.
I don't know if it's annexed though.
So
Is
it's
it
not,
county
it's
or-
not.
so
So I was
we
told
would
by
be-
the,
county would be the authority to issue a building permit.
but that might be, but the city without annexation is not gonna allow us to access that water or sewer. We're not gonna be able to drill a well. So if we want water and sewer to our new building, the city's gonna force us
We
to annex
annex
that
it.
property.
So what if you made the inquiry to the city? let the port know that this is the direction we're going.
Yeah, so the city has already said it's zoned that way, we can do it that way. I just need to take the next step and say, so are you gonna, are you requiring a SEPA and am I gonna need a conditional use permit? All of those development things that have to be done in the beginning. I have to start somewhere.
Started doing those things with the port.
No.
I mean,
Either talk or get out of the way.
Yeah.
So, okay, so they're annexing, because they have to connect with something. So are you saying they're gonna take the road only, a road to,
I'm not sure.
okay, because they can't just do islands.
It's not. I think there's city property that borders it. So I think the city limits
It's
are,
right there,
Isn't it just on the other side of the road?
I think it's just on the other side of the road.
I'm gonna pull up my maps.
On the other side of Randolph, or
Yeah.
is it Randolph? Yeah,
Yeah.
on the south side of the road.
where the armory is.
Right. So how'd they get past Larson subdivision?
Went around.
They went, well, no, they
They grabbed.
went straight to the
Portals
airport.
like-
I didn't think they took a left going off the patent.
I don't know if they did.
They went like this and this way versus, and we're over here.
I don't have the UGA map and the annexation map fresh in my head, so. I'll have to pull it up.
You know, it's sometimes is that we'll annex when you do the rest of the annexations to it, but I don't think an annexation at the beginning is.
When I spoke with the city of Moses Lake, they said in order for us to hook up to that sewer and water, that we're gonna have to go through annexation. That was their
They're
statement to me,
probably
so.
Well,
true. You can't do it well.
funny thing is I talked to somebody about doing an annexation out in May Valley, and they said that they weren't allowed any more annexation of the city, into the city, because they're at their.
But I thought-
maxed out.
So that's not where they were adding, they're not allowing, so it's already in the UGA. Because this is in the UGA. Well, the city's got to come up front, yeah, what are you gonna allow us to do? If the city-
Well, but I haven't, because I don't have a decision from the board yet to do that, right? I don't want to start having really meaningful next step conversations with the city if they're not going to be fruitful. They're not, if I'm not moving forward.
It is in the UGA.
Yeah, they got the whole port.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's.
I don't think they have the new road and the properties on that in the UGA.
I think that's where you need to start, is with the city.
And then probably posting some land usage sign out there, and then everybody's going to know. So.
Yeah, there's,
I think, I feel like though that
we would not be contiguous, so you'd have to, Tom, I can show you the map right here. You'd have to grab a couple parcels. We are right
okay,
here.
well, then we just have to get,
We're right here. And then this is where the city, so you'd have to, you can't have an island. That's weird. So that would be, you'd have to take part of Roundoff Road, but the county doesn't like.
well, I'll call the city today and I'll inquire some more and we'll.
So then, yeah, the armory probably part of it too.
So you
They'll
would
probably
have
want-
to grab.
I was serious, that armory, it looks like it just got
First to
abandoned.
get
All the
here.
windows have been boarded up.
You'd have to take the whole road, which sometimes when you
Feds,
annex, you're
wouldn't they?
supposed to
Be
take. the
federal
road, or
government.
the only-
Port owns it.
The port owns the armory? There you go. There's your building.
Not always that.
They aren't really offering it, though.
Maybe they would.
It's on the other side of the road from their development.
I know.
Everybody says that about work, we just walk in there and then, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know,
Yeah.
but it looks like
Doesn't
it's,
necessarily work.
I just noticed today, the first time it was all boarded up,
So they've got.
abandoned.
Maybe that could be a great place for the Civil Air
Anyway.
Patrol.
Yeah,
That's where
that would
we're
be.
off a bit.
Okay. Well,
And just,
Oh.
even though it may not have been taken
It's
seriously.
port district number 10.
so anyway, so fully bonding for the morgue. Okay, and then we're bonding for the rest of the So we're doing $55 million bond to cover both the morgue and the remainder of the
What
jail,
are they doing? They're doing something though at the armory.
correct?
Yeah, it's been all boarded up.
Say it again,
We're bonding for 55 million,
right?
okay? And that is to cover the remaining portion of the jail construction and the, morgue.
So Daryl, I guess we
No,
need to figure out.
55 million for the jail and then the additional for the more,
So we're bonding for,
60 some.
okay. So
Of
that
which
was
the
not
more-
said last week, so that's.
No,
that's-
the 55 was, we still needed 55 for the jail.
So,
63 then?
so 60, yeah.
But then we were looking at the resources to pay for the morgue is a totally separate place than the sales tax.
Okay.
But, and then for the new bond, sales tax wasn't enough for the first 3 years at least. And then we were doing interest only, but we didn't know if we wanted to tap some other resource to help pay for that as well.
We can do 133 account for a bit, but
If we can tap it, then we'd have to actually have excess monies. And not touch any more of the sales tax monies. But we have money, the additional amount would be all sales tax except for going into negative for a short bit for 1 year. And now that we're doing 55 million, now it's gonna be worse.
I thought we
Because
just
the
picked out
negative
60
numbers
million.
were in the 50 million. So now, do we dedicate some monies from REIT just for the first couple of years? To cover the negative
I think
On
we're
the
gonna have
jail.
to.
on the jail? Or we have the 133.
I think we have 133 and
Okay, we have 3 minutes. So I'm gonna write something up and send it to you, and I'll work offline with you, and then at our next jail and morgue meeting, which should be before the next bond meeting, I'll,
Vanessa wishes here.
I'll update the board in that next meeting, and we'll chart that path forward, and then it'll,
And yet, even though it's not budgeted for, we may want to tap the 133 funds every year for a portion of debt. Since that fund has less demands on it.
so between now and the next meeting on the jail and morgue, like the 117 meeting and the jail meeting, I'd like to work with you offline and get a program built so that we talk about those things and we identify where we can do that, so that I can present it to the board, get an okay, and then we'll have a roadmap and we'll know exactly what we're doing. Because right now it just seems really confusing and it seems to be very off the cuff. Do you agree?
Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to know where they're coming, where the funds are coming for to make that payment.
All right.
Before I. make
Thank
that
you.
payment.
Okay. I don't want to dip into your time.
What is the payment on 63 million?
I was dirt school.
What is the payment on 63
Thank you.
million?
It's good.
Yeah.
Well, the interest rate will be higher.
Oh.
If we were structuring it first 3 payments at interest only, first 3 years,
It's like a,
and then the
it's
rest
like a
was
train, man.
was on that worksheet that I haven't looked at for over a week.
In fact, I got a note from him this morning.
So I don't have the numbers in my head.
What? Look back at it.
Been focusing on foreclosure and court hearing this Friday.
Pretty extensive.
Yeah,
We have a lot of houses.
so I have to stay late for
Most of them
overnight tonight
owned
anyway,
by
so I'm
deceased
not
people.
gonna do some stuff.
Some of those things are like
There's-
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Some of them are
I
45.
don't want to bother.
You know, so.
And I try to watch the.
Yeah,
I
they're
try
trying to
watch
go
the
to court
videos.
to have a chance to redeem a
Yeah.
pot shop.
Sometimes you.
in George.
But a lot of times there's some nuggets in there too.
Oh, yeah.
I enjoyed it. So.
Isn't there one
Wait,
in like?
are you talking about the distress sale?
Right, foreclosure sale,
When is that?
February 24th.
Well, thank you, it's after Valentine's Day, so you're not.
No, February, it's early, February 18th, I think.
February 18th.
It's on a Tuesday, day after a holiday.
Is the list published already?
Mike,
It's now on the website.
Mike Bowles is gonna walk away from his legislative seat, if he's appointed treasurer. So he's not gonna do both.
I didn't see how. I'm not seeing.
Well, because by the time the commissioners appoint him, the legislative session will almost be over. So he's gonna do it this time, but after this, he's if he's the one that gets it.
Then he has an election this year.
He's the three people we put forward, he was definitely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Well, it is 10 a.m. and we will just roll into our monthly fairgrounds
You
update.
sure you don't want to take a break?
We don't want
You
to
got,
break in.
you got time. I mean, mine
Well,
usually doesn't take very long.
in the refrigerator, for
Yeah.
example, and
Do you want me for your update?
Oh, other than,
No, I'll wait. I'll
did you tell them we had that little snafu and not budgeting after the last batch for the final bills from Tom?
Oh,
Hey,
no,
Tom.
I haven't talked about it, but I mean, it's just gonna have to monitor and do a budget extension at year end if we need to. I mean,
That was all. That was really it. No, I'm just, when are you gonna have December? It's
I'm
pretty
gonna
cool.
check out that.
hopefully this week.
Nice.
It's not a
I'll
promise.
send it to you.
We actually, we were held up a little bit by the treasurer's office, so.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
No big deal.
It's available
I'm just going through my numbers is all.
What do you want for December?
right
Just the
there.
finals for 9703. You have to fill out, in fact, I have to kind of have you sign paperwork that I have to submit to
For
the
a year.
Washington State Department of Ag for our grant for 2025. For our premiums grant, fair funding. But they need to
Have a
know
great
final
day.
numbers for the fair, so
I might have that without having it in that format.
9703, if you sent me that sheet. Actually, 9703 is all I need.
Is that your project code?
That's the fair revenue and expense. Alone, 9702s are fairgrounds, 9703s fair, 9704s other events.
Oh, yeah.
If you have it. If you don't, it's no big deal. It's not due till February 15th.
February, why you bother me?
Exactly. Ask.
My update's at 10:30. I gotta get ready for that.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, I'm serious. The armory is all boarded up. I don't know what's going on there.
I thought there were remodel actions, people had to.
Are they abandoned? It looks like it's being abandoned.
Things are moving out of it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Now or next year.
Let's see here. I got all kinds of paperwork for you. You know, I have an investment in Weyerhaeuser, so I always have to provide paper.
Yeah.
How's it going, Kev? Deep in those hairy discussions already about property, boards, see dead people. All kinds of stuff. Hey, we can build it on the fairgrounds.
Where does that come
Build and they will try.
Yeah, they don't have a choice.
Well, it's signing that, your chairs showed up.
Oh,
There you go.
Good,
So
because
go get
this
'em
one,
built.
I just feel like I'm living on the edge.
They got new chairs?
Yeah, we'll get them built, we'll bring them to you.
we got all the paper.
Oh, yeah. This is only through November, that's why I was just asking Mandy what the status was for the year end. I know we had a slight snafu, so, you know, in 2024, we were budgeting Tom's expenses under my expenses. And the last batch went in on December 18th, and then we got the bill for Tom's December. So there's $150,000 to $200,000 in expenses that were not budgeted in 2025. I did tell Mandy about that, so she's aware. Let's see, budget to actuals through November. We're looking pretty good as far as overall. So, Kev, the top sheets are just our overall budget, which is really what we look at. So year to date, we were at 1.8 million out of a budget of 2.089. This doesn't take into account December yet. on the revenue side. And then on the expense side, we were at 2.9. Remember, in 2024, though, we have all of Tom's expenses in there as well. In 2025, we do not. So we're going to be over budget in expenses because of December missing from the billing cycle. Some interesting things about the revenue side, which continues to grow about 8% to 10% per year. Camping was way up. Stall fees were way up. Concessions proceeds from fair was way up. But then we have some things like there's some confusion in the event admission fees as to where those go between ticket sales and event admission fees. But Carnival was actually down slightly because we lost Saturday's revenue as a result of the shooting that we had. We didn't get near as much money. We also did really well on sponsorships in 2024. So overall, we did really good considering we had that incident at the fair. Any questions on that? Let's see. I am putting in, I did put in for having an additional event staffing. So I went to the Dirt Symposium last week in Las Vegas.
How was that?
It was really good this year. You know what happens when you sit at those things? Sometimes it's not even relevant to the discussion, but you get ideas and you start jotting down ideas. I had 8 pages of ideas, and I sent the staff a note Thursday before I left. I said, oh boy, we've got 8 pages of ideas that we're going to share. And so I'm going to summarize those Friday. The big thing this year for our facility is biosecurity. They're really worried about a horse outbreak. They're having these chicken outbreaks now, and they're transferring that poultry and cattle outbreaks, transferring to humans. Whether we show poultry at fair could be up in the air a little bit, depending on as we get closer if the state vet says no showing of poultry. But now the next thing they're worried about is a horse outbreak. The Nevada state vet spoke to us, and he said it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when we're going to have a horse outbreak. I'll tell you, if we had a significant horse outbreak at the fairgrounds, it would shut us down for probably 3 months and kill our revenue. And so we do a lot to go through that now, but one of the reasons that I'd really like to get this next person is really focused on biosecurity. We do spray stalls between our bigger events, but we really need to do it between every event. We spray a product called Symbiont. It's a ag wash. We actually spray the entire fairgrounds prior to fair as well, but we need to steam clean the stalls more often. Currently, we do it once a year at best. We're going to put in stall cleaning and disinfectant stations, and then post schedules similar to when you go to McDonald's. You see the bathroom cleaning schedule, even though it's not always accurate on the wall. We're going to do that. We're really struggling right now with just Lori and Ken to get the facility turned for each event, and we only have less than a half dozen weekends open next year, or this year, in 2025. We're struggling to get, in fact, right now, I really have to think about, can I turn the facility in time to take on another event? Even though we get asked all the time. If we lost our prime months due to an outbreak of some kind, we'd lose easily over $1 million. It wouldn't take very much to get to that point. And since we are the biggest equestrian facility in the state, it would be a huge, the problem with an outbreak is if you have an outbreak, it's not so much that you're not ready to go within a short amount of time, it's perception by everybody that owns a horse that says, I'm not coming to your facility because you had an outbreak. I'm personally covering some evening shifts. For instance, tonight I'm covering open riding till 8. But that does impact my ability to do other things, and I'm in that course, which, holy cow, that's taken a long time on Cindy.
Yeah, it's old, yeah, you definitely gotta commit some time.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was behind until I looked at the blocks of
Every
schedule
day
or
you
by
got
day.
an hour.
I thought it was by week. So I thought, oh man, I'm way ahead. And then I got a note from the moderator today. It said, Jim, you're a little bit behind. Oh, those are by day. In lieu of getting another full-time person, I drop our outdoor seasonal from 6 to 4. And we can be a little bit more selective on who we hire for outdoor seasonals if we hired a full-time person. Remember, we did have a person we let go to get us to a closer to a break-even proposition. I'm kind of regretting that now. I should have kept the position open, but at the time I was thinking, oh, we're okay. We were adding events, but we were not full at that time. We're full now. And economic impact. You know, I talked to a lot of other fairground directors, government-owned equestrian facilities, and none of them are breaking even. There's only 2 for-profit out of the 50 or so venues that was there, and none of the 48 are breaking even, but they have huge impacts on their economic impact to the area. And so that's what that was the overlying theme, was that they're there to generate an economic benefit to the community and to the area. And our goal is just to be the best facility. So for example, right now we're working on painting and steam cleaning while we can, although the temperatures are kind of getting us right now, to prepare, because we only really have November, December, January, and February to get the facility ready, and we go first week of March, we're busy. We have agility trials for the dogs on the first week of March. So that's kind of the reasons. I know it has to go through the PMRT process. Is that right? PMRT process to get another person, but I'm going to keep pestering you to do that. And I do appreciate the one request that Daniel worked on for me for one of our staff members. It was really a good thing Shayla has done. But I mean, we got a great staff, but Shayla's really stepped up this last year, especially with Rebecca being out for a good chunk of the year. And Darcy's always on top of the accounting stuff. I think she's probably on top of the accounting stuff sometimes, to the point where she gives a lot of input to Amanda and her team. Any questions on the event staffing?
So if you added one more person, could you steam clean everything every quarter?
I think we would definitely steam clean everything every quarter. And we bought that steam clean tray. We have some trailer mounted now and everything. I think we would definitely be able to do that. Yeah. We looked at, so the symposium last week was at South Point. We looked at, again, they had a vacuum there, Cindy. It still does not suck up shavings like you would
I
expect.
have seen a tractor where it has, like in the bucket, it literally has the little scoop that goes out, but I don't know, you can't turn sideways, can you? You'd have to do a side.
So
It just brings it up to
the way ours work right now is people pull the stuff to the aisleway, and then we go through with a skid steer and push it out of the building.
But you have doors and stuff, so it's not all open, where you just take like the little letter, just pulls it right to the entry, and then that's what you would, or the sidewalk.
And the vacuums, it's a long ways to dump. You could only probably do 20 stalls at a time. Then you have to take the machine out and dump it. And we watched, there wasn't anybody at that symposium that liked the idea of the vacuum. It was a 10-inch hose. It took more time than it would if you just had great farm labor.
Well, but the problem is finding great
Farm labor. We've been really lucky through AgriAid, Mari. She does a great job. She provides us. In fact, a lot of times it's the same crew, so we don't have to train them each time. I think we could do quarterly, plus we'd be able to clean a little better right now. Like, we have to not schedule a building to get it clean, the commercial building, the 4-H building kitchens, for instance. We have to take them out of rotation for a couple weeks so that we can get in and clean the kitchens really well. And I think we could eliminate that need so that we could do it at the same time. Wouldn't take as much of our, because if we're in the middle of events, they're make sure the bathrooms look good, office looks good, the Ardell and Harwood pavilions are getting blown out and swept, dirt turned, and if we had that extra person, they could be working on another building at the same time. And so, and then cleaning stalls would be a big one. Our new campground software has been a little bit archaic. We have Good Sam's, and they were going to go live yesterday, but I have to go through the process of blocking out sites for different events. And so that's going to take me this week to get that done. So I'm going to tell them to put it off until Monday of next week, or Friday at 5, actually, it's going to go live. We are in the process of getting our fair grandfathered camping is being processed right now. The other part of the symposium last week is we're going to go through some contract changes. You probably have heard, maybe you haven't heard this, but the USDA came out with a new rule that every non-timed event has to have an inspector at it now. Somebody that does inspections of all the horses. It's a huge problem for some of the events like quarter horse where they're not, if it's a timed event or rodeo, it's not subject to this new law. But if it's points of
timing everything then.
yeah, well, unfortunately, there's some like events.
Bidding and showing, just time it.
Yeah, well, they probably, I don't think they, I think the intent is they want you to do the inspections, but I didn't understand what soaring was, but I guess for certain types of events, they, especially gallop events, they put a chain across the top of the hoof on a horse. I didn't know, this is all new to me. And it pushes they try to throw it off, and so it makes them do that prance a little bit more differently. Well, back in the day, the Tennessee walking horses is the reason for this, but they would cut underneath the chain on the horse to irritate it more so that the horse would really fling its hooves out. Well, that is the reason that this new rule's come into effect. It's not such a big problem, but they've applied that rule of inspections to all horse events except timed and rodeo. And so our quarter horse events will be subject to that. And there's a whole process that we're doing now to let those folks know. Even fair related horse events that aren't timed are going to be subject to that. Luckily, we have on-site vets already. Last week when we talked about it, the Horse Council president was there, for United States Horse Council president was there, and she went through all of the discussion about it. And she said that there's only 4 vets for the entire country right now from the Fed level to inspect 50,000 horse events a year. They have 70 inspectors in the wings to go to training, but that doesn't mean they're going to see it. They're not going to come to our horse events very often. We're too far from Washington, D.C. and Maryland, wherever they're based. But we have to still abide by the law. So we are letting those events know that that's coming, and we'll help them through the process. For fair, we have 2 vets on site already, so we can decline having the inspections knowing that we have Marlene Poe, and we had somebody from Sage Hills Vet Clinic last year as well. So, but it's a huge deal. And we don't see the problems but it is going to require us to change some things in the contracts. One of the things is that we're going to require events to be more conscious of, if you have a sick horse, here's where they have to go to get them out of the horse, the area where all the other horses are. The state vet said you should temp check a horse twice a day. I'm guessing some of the horses that come to our facility are never temp checked. I think you go through the back end to do the temp check. I'm not exactly sure, But if your horse isn't used to that, they said it's a good possibility you might get kicked. So I won't be doing the horse temp checking, but we're gonna update the contracts. I'll have legal look at the contracts after we've done some updates to them and make sure that they feel comfortable. It'll probably apply to 2026 because we've already done a lot of contracts for 2025. We're getting ready to start on the Azars booth. I feel pretty excited about that. We have 2 nonprofits already signed up. And so we're going to provide all of the ingredients, a simple menu, the facility, and then we just need to agree on how we're going to be compensated, whether we take a larger percentage of that or a flat fee is paid to the organization. We'll probably a percentage just to make it equitable based on business. And I know I invited Rob if you wanted to take a look at that layout and go over it with me at some point when you get time. I haven't bought any equipment yet. In fact, I was going to have Jordan go through the equipment list with me and just make sure that I wasn't buying junk. Mainly refrigerator, freezer, and grill were the concerns I had. Because I got 3 different pricing structures for the equipment, and I want to just make sure that this stuff is good. The YouTube studio is done. I'm hoping that you would come down and talk at some point. Well, hopefully you saw the intro that I did. It's going to be pretty cool to interview people and talk to them about a fair, share their memories of the fairgrounds, talk to youth about their animal projects, talk to entertainers, talk to the fair advisory committee. It's going to be pretty cool. In fact, I would encourage you guys, if you ever wanted to do just a discussion about what's going on in the county, come on down and you guys I'll set you up and you can talk about, hey, this is the big project. Like Tom in the jail would even be a great project to talk about, because it's visual. He could pull up pictures of the facility and say, here's where we're at, not just talk about it, but really kind of show what the whole thing looks like. It's very professional. Youth building, we worked on storage there. We put new lights in some of the exhibit buildings to replace the old incandescent. We put in LEDs, which is going to save us some money. Tom's group did that. We're painting and cleaning the hardwood right now. We got sand in the rodeo arena coming. Tom's authorized removal of the debris pile, which has been at the back corner, and cut down the rest of the dead trees. They didn't need me to go out there and
You can do it at first meeting.
be lumberjack, John.
Thanks, Tom.
Even though I probably cut more trees down than those guys combined. So they didn't drop it on the fence though, so that was good. And then we're really making a concerted effort to clean up the boneyard. It just looks terrible. We still have a bunch of junk out there. Waterville's picking up the last of the panels this week that we authorized last year, the sale for $1. And that's kind of where we're at. The only other thing I talk about fair entertainment here in a second. The only other thing I had was the FAC. So Dan Gates has said he needs to be replaced or doesn't have the time to commit. So I reached out to some people last week because we had very few people at the meeting and just said, if you don't have time, that's fine. But I know Kevin has to step down from that and Dan Gates. So my question would be, do we want to drop it back down to the 9 that we had or 7 instead of the 2, 3 extra we added last year, which probably is fine. So I'll send a consent request if that sounds like a good plan to drop it back down. Or
can you run at a lower number and allow more than? Like, can you be a group of 9? I mean, it's not a board.
No,
so
we
could
can.
you have 9? But yeah, I've got 15 right now. I mean,
Yeah, we got 11. I think we got 11 right now, and it could easily be 9. It's always been in that 9 times
And then
9.
how many show up though?
That's been the problem is
So you
getting.
don't have a consistency of
Mm-mm. And we even do them through Teams now, so people can just log on to the meeting and participate. And we've had very little of that too, which I did reach out to Scarlett Wilson's husband. Can't remember his first name now.
Mr. Wilson?
Mr. Wilson, he's on and said, hey, we haven't seen you at a meeting yet. Is it something that you want to do? And he said, yes. And then Alexandria hasn't been at very many meetings lately. She said she's just been busy with kids, but she still wants to be part of it. Dan was the only one out of the group that said he couldn't do it.
So are you having meetings at a time that everybody can attend, or do you need to change the meeting time?
I haven't asked that yet,
Or-
but it's on Teams, so they can log on.
Isn't it Thursdays?
Thursdays, it's the second Thursday of every month at
Yeah.
6 o'clock. It's been that way for quite a while, but I will ask everybody if there's a different time that might work for them. I don't know that the time is that big a deal, but you never know. Fair entertainment. So I gave you a spreadsheet. Caitlin, is there anybody on the call? On the phone?
Yes, you have 3 call-in users.
3 calling users.
And Jim, it will be on YouTube.
And it'll be on YouTube. Okay, well, I'm not going to go through the headliners then. But you can see Tuesday night we have a DJ. Friday we're still working on the headliner. You can kind of see that one. We signed the contract for 2 strolling robot rangers. They're very cool, especially since kids are into robots these days. We're waiting for the Pacific Science Center STEM exhibit to see if they can participate. We are signing a contract for a Water Palooza, which is a water kids feature. They've got all kinds of these stations with water stuff going on. Since it's always hot at fair, it's pretty cool. We have Eric Haynes coming back. The Wednesday night headliner there is confirmed. As soon as that contract is signed, I'll announce that. And I'm excited about that one. If you've seen the video, you know how good he is. Our bubbler guy's coming back. We have a new act, Zany Zoe, coming this year. She's kind of like a Tana Banana kind of person. We have a thrill show, the Globe of Death, coming, which will be in Southfield. They actually have 3 parts to that show, which is pretty cool. Then we have the Friday opener signed, and Thursday's headliner has committed. We're just waiting for the contract for that. And then Reptile Isle will be back. The Thursday headliner has got a show called Honky Tonk Review. It's really good, and so we're excited about that one too. Kevin has seen some of these at the meeting. But I think we got a great lineup of entertainment for 2025. And one of the plans is to spend some time with Joey Crete on the YouTube channel, talking about safety at the fair in our new studio. And I think that's going to be good because you authorized the fencing project. We authorized a significant number of additional police. The lighting project was authorized. So between all those pieces, I think it's going to be a good if the safety of fair is going to be significant. I want people to know that it's going to be okay.
So
I thought I had till 10:55.
They'll start on those projects.
You have
Amanda,
till-
your meeting starts at 11. just in
Oh.
case you-
You need a whole hour?
Oh,
Not
Jim
really.
does have till 10:55.
You can
Sorry,
hang out
Amanda.
if you want.
Amanda, you're already 11.
You just like hanging out with me, I know.
I thought you just set the wrong time earlier on accident. I didn't know.
Oh, I thought it was 10:30. My bad. Okay. Well, come back then.
You can hang out for a little
So
bit.
Jim, when are they gonna start those defense projects? Probably another month or so.
I'm hoping, I know Tom has, I believe they've requested the 3 bids for that one. That one has to be bid because The lighting project doesn't because it's on a government contract through KCDA, but fencing bids do have to be done. And Chris and I need to go out because what's weird is there's sections of the fence that are fine.
Right.
They're fairly new. And then there's sections that are old. So we need to go out and mark the old ones so they can do a good linear feet. And then whatever we have left, we'll use to put in some new gates that they don't like the blue gate. If you look at it, it's got a gap about that wide. And so people can just squeeze through. So we need to come up with some new gates too. And then I did include a list of the contractual changes that we're gonna propose. I'm gonna talk to some of the horse promoters though. I wanna make sure we're not doing something that would impact their ability to have the event. But I wanna be safe as well. So, you know, vaccination documentation, I don't know how many promoters require that. We already have an outline of a quarantine area. And then there's discussions about do we become what's called a safe sport event? And there's a whole bunch of regulations that they require to be a safe sport event. But to be a safe sport compliant event would look good to some of the larger events. It's things like there's guidelines for adults, for instance. You don't ever have an adult paired with a child alone. There's just little things like that you do. And so that would be in the contractual stuff. It was strongly suggested at the thing last week that we do not allow anybody without a driver's license to drive golf carts. And you know we battle that every year. Yeah, so that might be something that we put into our contracts. And then no scooters, powered bikes, segways. They even said drones or something you may want to restrict at your facility because a drone in a horse's face could scare the crap out of the horse. And then the last one was stall assignments. So we get a stall assignment sheet, which, you know, we have 446 horse stalls. So it's kind of like hotel rooms. We want to know which horse is in each of those stalls because if there is an outbreak, we want to know what the horses around them were so we can notify the owners. We typically get the first one that kind of talks about, but then they move everybody around. We never get the final one. So now we're going to require the final one. And if you remember, we did have last year we had a strangles. It wasn't an outbreak from us, but a horse came into the facility with strangles, which is a disease of a horse. And we had to go through a process of making sure that those stalls were cleaned. We didn't know about it until after the event. And in fact, the horse didn't show any symptoms until after it left the facility. But horses get those diseases by mouth-to-mouth contact or by drinking from a similar water source. So those are things that we're very conscious of as we're dealing with horses. So anything else? Come on down. Let me know when you want me to schedule you for the YouTube.
When's your first one?
I don't know. Maybe it's you.
Maybe
it's you. And come on down, and you should at least come down and check it out because it is kind of cool. Even I think I've shown it to a couple people. They just go, "Wow, it's kind of cool that you're doing that." So I think the first one I want to do is safety at the fair, though. This year was with Joey, and get that out in front of people so that they understand what we're doing. Hiring all those extra officers, the new fencing, new lighting.
they all forgot until Monday of fairs.
They'll remember it the first day they walk in.
Might not remind them.
Well, that's true too. I don't know if that guy's still in jail or not. Last I heard, the kid was still in jail. But
what lens are you running on your camera?
it's just I think it's an R50 Canon with the standard
What
lens.
came with it?
Yeah, it's probably I'm guessing it's almost similar to a 50 millimeter. It might be a 24 to 70 or something like that. It works really good.
Nice.
In fact, Manuel and Jordan set up a studio in the shop almost based on the exact same equipment.
Yeah, they did their first one, didn't they?
They haven't done it yet.
Oh,
They haven't published it.
Together.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
They're probably watching it like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But, you know,
We went and checked it out the other day.
times.
It's pretty cool too. Theirs is a lot bigger, and if you know Manuel, he's got it looks really fancy. So, anything else?
Nothing
like. you
See,
guys
mine are
asked
more
for.
interesting. We talk about horse problems
A
and stuff like
strangle.
that.
So I'm Googling strangles. What is strangles? So thank you, Jim.
Yeah, I don't even know what exactly it is,
All
but I
right,
know it's a
Jim.
big deal.
We will
It's like
go
strep.
into recess until 11 a.m. when we are back for our county update. Good morning. It is 11 a.m. and we are here for our accounting update. Hello, Mandy.
Hello. So I don't have the year end or the last December's commissioner reports ready yet. We had a few departments not submit some things. We will have them by the finance committee meeting next week. That just shows the final figures for December, but for the most part, we're closed out of last year. I did provide an up-to-date on January's expenses to date. It's in a different format than you may be used to. Current expense is its own fund, and then just by expense type. And then I've grouped all the special revenues together, so county roads is technically considered as part of that, so that would be a large portion of this. But any fund that starts with one would go there. Solid waste is a standalone fund. And then the internal service funds, this is kind of skewed because our health and welfare benefits rolls up into that as well. And then lastly, our capital expenditures, and just to date, we've spent about $4.2 million in January. Overall, for 2024, when we just completed our W-2s and W-3s, we spent $45.5 million on employees in the 2024 year, and that's over 748 employees for Grant County. Any questions about any of that information? So something that's going to be brought to your table in the next week or so is going to be the creation of two new funds. 107 was formerly the Sheriff Drug Seizure Fund, which will now become eShare, which is funds within the Sheriff's Office that are, I think it's a grant funding, it's special source, and it has to be a separate fund. It can't be commingled. Yes?
Did you just email us this information? I can't find, oh, okay, so I'm like, I am not finding, okay. I
No,
will stop looking.
it hasn't, Barb has put it on your schedule at some time in the near future.
Okay,
I'm just giving you a heads up when you see it,
okay.
in case you, so it's not a surprise when you
Okay.
get it. All that information will be included as to why it's needed to be a separate fund. And there are some funds, for some reason, still left in the 107 from the drug seizure fund, which should have been transferred out when it was closed a while ago, but it still lives there, and we'll need to officially move that out and put that into the sheriff's fund. 143 is the creation of a totally new fund for the historical preservation funds. How we do it now, it gets commingled with current expense, and it needs to be a standalone so that we can track the fund. It doesn't need to be a standalone for presentation, but it does need to be tracked separately by fund balance. And I did a best guess going back to like 2009 for what the actual balance should be, and we'll have to move out about $248,000 from current expense into this historical preservation fund when it's created. If there aren't any questions about those, we have I don't know if you've received the Tyler update for payroll. We have moved out our go live date on the HRM module from October to January 1st. We are still planning on go live July 1st for the GL. However, given the losing a position in payroll really hit us hard, and we're barely able to get our payroll duties done, and she just cannot accommodate any time towards Tyler. So until we get that new position filled and that person trained, we have moved out any of our involvement in the HRM side until probably March. There will likely be some cost difference with extending that out, but it shouldn't be significant. It shouldn't be a huge hit. And there are actually some other benefits to going live in January with the payroll instead of going live in partial year.
Do you know what the increased costs will be?
No, we don't have an exact idea. There might not be any on the Coa Hill side. It might just be on the Tyler side, but as soon as I do have that, I will provide that update to you.
That position for the payroll position is open, or?
We have interviewed for it, and we have a candidate that we really like and that we plan to offer. We are waiting on a reference to officially do that offer, but hopefully she'll have to give 2 weeks to her current employer.
Is she currently in payroll?
In her current position, yes. Yeah, we're hoping that it won't take much to get her up to speed, and it's also government accounting as well, so that's super helpful. Some policy updates. We're still working to update our policies to comply with the small and attractive assets. We haven't quite got that finished. And while we were working on that, HR did an update to 1600 as well. And so we're not sure how much of that impacts what changes we were going to make. We just haven't had the chance to evaluate that. Susie Fody from New Hope is she's getting an accreditation. A part of her need for that is an updated credit card policy. She has to submit by the beginning of March. I told her we would try to get our credit card policy up to date, but no promises. And then, as you may know, I am currently involved in our NACO leadership program. Started full swing last week. I'm in with Cindy Carter as well. And that's really all I have for you guys, unless you have any questions. Anything you'd like me to look into?
I do have a comment. Joey Creek would like the Excel.
I have already sent
spreadsheet
that to
link.
him.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Just want to follow up on that email. Okay.
So in the future, if anybody's asked, they still have their original access, and we kept those up to date. Those should be the final figures. We do have the PDF available on our public website for anyone, but the working spreadsheets, that their access to that has not changed, and that's where they can go find that detail. If anyone outside of their department needs that, we can provide that as well.
I assume this Tyler is the new software program.
Yes.
Any other questions?
I don't have any.
Okay. And we will go into recess until 11:30 when we are here for Commissioner Roundtable. Hello, it's 11:30 and we are here for our weekly round table. Does anyone in the room have anything for round table that they want to start with? Hello, Joe.
I have from Jim Anderson Cook, I have a walk-on item.
Okay, what is it?
It is the resolution for the comprehensive plan amendments from the hearing 2 weeks ago. So it's one resolution with 2 attachments.
Is that the only walk-on today?
That's all that I got.
Okay, so the first item on the roundtable agenda is Potts and Associates legislative update. The main 2 bills that he touched on today in a quick meeting was about approval of wind and solar siting recommendations with the FSEC Council. So that's one that they are watching and want us to look at as a county. And then facilitating predictable and timely application decisions by FSEC Council. So those were the 2 that they asked us to look at. Are there any consent agenda items that anyone in the room would like to discuss? Don't all jump at once.
I will mention something. On 20 and 21, are there any, any questions specifically from the board regarding those 2? The boat purchase will be for the vessel registration funds, which is completely covered. And then the Alcom Stealth trailer is covered by an EM grant. So those 2 things are covered expense-wise. I just didn't know if anybody had any specific questions on those items.
How much did you have in your registration fund?
I want to say it was close to 130, Rob, I want to say. I really don't know, to tell you the truth. Yeah.
Then, just a quick note, number 19, your leadership training, we have $130,000 budgeted for your account that year, it looks like.
I'm sorry, for
the year, 130,000 for your training budget, so you should be covered. You
Yes.
have that, just looking into it.
Mhm.
Number 19.
Thank you.
Is that leadership training with him different than your other thing you were doing?
Yeah, it addresses to a different staffing. The other one was the executive level. This will be getting into some of our line staff and our first line supervisors.
Andy, what did phase 3 of the landfill cost?
I don't know off the top of my head, Rob. It was done in 2020. I want to say it was around 2.7.
Yeah, I was just kind of wondering what that increase was since then.
I'd have to look it up, but considerably more. And actually, this came in, the lowest responsible bidder was under our engineer's estimate.
That's nice. Commissioners, any agenda items you'd like to discuss? Good with reappointments for mosquito district and advisory board? Okay, and then just noting the fee waiver for the animal outreach to do a chipping event. They had reached out about that probably 2 weeks ago. So nice to see that that got done.
Okay, I was looking, I did not see I'm looking for it right now, the reappointment for the mosquito district or the veterans. I just see it's check marked, but I'm looking here, I'm not seeing the paper or the,
I can resend it to you when I get back upstairs.
it's not on
Online.
on here.
No, it won't be on
Okay,
consent.
so
That
let
was
me-
what,
Okay, so you send it to letter.
yeah, I would have sent it to you guys through email. And
Was that
the,
about 2 weeks ago?
it would have been last Friday. Thought I would have
A
sent
week
it.
and a half ago.
And then for the Veterans Advisory Board appointment, that's the work source seat. And he actually was appointed, he was supposed to have been appointed a while ago. It just got missed when we were having the discussions about how you guys wanted to see appointment recommendations. So it got missed in there. So this is more just memorializing that appointment. Because from what I understand, he's been at the meetings.
Any other consent agenda items that you would like to discuss?
Nope.
Well then, does anybody in the room have any consent agenda items? No one online did. District 1 update?
Last week I went to the Cattlemen's Association banquet last night, met with PTA, went out and looked at a short plat for a gentleman out on 10.8, talked to Dave Brent about that. That's about it for me.
All right. So last week we did do a jail tour. Thanks, Tom. It was good to get out again. It'd been probably a month since we went last.
Cells are going in.
A lot of progress. So as the cells start going in, maybe end of the week, we'll pop out there, kind of see how that's looking. If anybody would like to go, let us know so that when we're going, we can include you. I met with Andy Booth last week. We discussed solid waste and plans for new landfill and location. We'll continue to work towards that. I met with Beckwith to discuss the destination marketing plans. We're going to begin with step 1, which is going to be kind of a stakeholder meeting with them. Do the other 2 commissioners want to be on that, or do you not care for the beginning? They will reach out and meet individually probably, but I just wanted to open it up.
This is for the what?
This is for destination marketing.
Okay.
It's not set yet, is it?
February 6th was the,
There you go, February 6th. I don't remember. So we're gonna have some chamber members. We'll have South County, Quincy, Moses Lake. We'll have some tourism chair and vice chair. We'll have a couple of the larger events, Jim McKiernan on there. We're gonna try to start with just 12 people, that first one. So if they were wanting to be on, I think it'd be about 14. Trying to get a second gorge area person. So that is coming up.
I'd be interested if there's room.
Okay. It'll just become public versus just a starting meeting, but it doesn't really matter to me. I figure it's just opportunity to hear what people in the room are thinking. They're only planning for, I think he said, a 2-hour kickoff meeting. So my only concern was too many people talking to where it just didn't do whatever their plan was to do. So just kind of a briefing to know what's going on. So it'd be good to have you guys in that first one. So if you do want to be, Caitlin can advertise it. But us, we'll probably be here. Everyone else will probably be online. So I would say yes, just put it on there. This week we have a homeless task force meeting. Susie, is this the one that you're going to be involved in? So some of our fund receiving agencies are basically going to work on some things that are lacking, and then we're going to also have another one, I think next week or the week
It's
after.
the same day.
Same day?
Back to back.
Oh man, look at me. So we're going to have 2 meetings. One is going to be kind of forming what our meetings are like, because we don't control really anything at the county level. We pass all of our funds through the county. So we're going to have the fund receivers kind of looking at what they want to do and how they want things to operate and make things more efficient. And then you'll have the task force itself meeting to figure out how they want to meet and what they want to discuss. Because we haven't been successful in getting a chair yet. So maybe that during that meeting we can do that. But that's what I have going on. Cindy?
Thank you, Rob. Gene Martinez reached out. He's the individual by the Hiawatha south of I-90 that was looking for the address change. So it looks like we finally got a legal opinion so we can move forward on that. He reached out because we asked him to do go out and grab some, I think like 80 or 90% of the signatures in that area. And I just wanted to confirm this. Typically in the past, if the HOA voted on it and submitted it as the HOA vote, we would take that in lieu of signatures, kind of a petition of signatures. So I didn't know if that was still standing, if the board was okay with an HOA, because it is a HOA area.
So I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
That would be okay?
Yeah.
All right, so he's working on that. And then just to follow up, so we can talk, I can't talk to you outside of a meeting. The individual who wants to meet with you tomorrow, he's come to some public comment meetings. His question, you can go talk to Matt in the assessor's office. His building, I think it was a building, not the lot size, was incorrect. It was corrected, and it is still valued at 80% of what he purchased it for. So if he's worried about the property tax, and he's paying extra, he's actually paying less than the value of the property tax on that. He did have some other issues, more of a personnel issue, but he will be able to run those down and file a formal complaint if he wants to. I'm not going to file a formal complaint with him, but as far as the corrections, they were done. So.
I was just trying to figure out why he thought that the county should pay for his mistake.
I do want to say again, he did not explicitly ask for that.
Okay.
He had just listed the costs and then said he wanted to speak to a commissioner. And so he never explicitly said that he was looking for reimbursement, but
I'm
just
trying
the
to
way
wrap my
that
head around it, 'cause I don't understand what his complaint is.
he had just said
You'll have
he
about
listed
8
the
of them?
costs. Yes, he had listed the costs and said it was the county's fault and that he wanted to talk to a commissioner. So.
Okay.
That would be a fun one. And then Moses Lake, I did talk to the port and I emailed Barb. They did request a meeting with the board. So Barb is working with Bonnie from the port to get that meeting squared away. And I told her to include Tom Gaines on that. So we have that. And just Black Rock Road, Kevin, that's a complaint about that area. And it looks like it is what's the word, the road, it starts with P, primitive, it's a primitive road, so we don't necessarily have to, but we do, sometimes once we set a precedence, we throw our road grader out there and maintain it, so.
It's gonna be hard right now with the ground being frozen, but we are looking into that. I had the foreman up in Heartland go out there this morning.
Is it possible just to fill that with a bunch of three-quarter crushed or something? Because it's just a
Potentially.
big hole, basically.
Yeah,
It's been
I
that way
haven't
for
spoken to
years.
the foreman yet, but they're pretty big holes and
Yeah.
just with the weather, it makes it difficult.
Yeah, and lastly, my 8:15 meeting did not show up on my calendar, so I'll work with TF to figure out when my.
You didn't miss much this morning.
Okay, well, glorious, so now I know it's on there. Well, and it was on the website, I typically just look on my calendar to see meetings, so hopefully I haven't missed any other meetings. That's it.
Okay, next item, tourism social media manager.
Yes, I actually have I have two tourism questions. This RFP that is on your agenda right now, the social media manager that tourism has been working with, who was Maven Media, and they changed to Eastern Sky LLC, has pulled their contract. So as of right now, tourism has no social media manager. This apparently does not fall in Cooley Creative's scope of work. So they are wanting to do an RFP for a new social media manager. And the question that they have is if Rochelle is allowed to handle that herself, like form the RFP and post it and vet the people and then just come to the commissioners with a contract, or if you are wanting the county to handle it where, like the whole legal review, and then you guys would probably look at it, I'm sure, and then we would post it through our channels. I guess the question
I would
is,
say that our legal team would probably be included in that, since it is
yes,
a
and I did
social media.
talk to Rebecca a little bit
Okay.
about it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe she said that it would be up to you guys how involved you are wanting to be with the RFP process. Rebecca?
So, because tourism is an advisory committee, they can make recommendations to the board. Ultimately, it's the board who decides. However, if you want to delegate the authority to Rochelle to handle the RFP, that is a possibility. In just taking a quick look through her contract, I think it would be outside the scope of her contract. So we would want to amend the contract to include something about that. So any questions on that?
I'm just writing, okay. So typically, if she does not, we would have to, can she get the RFP together and then we can review it? Would that be the best?
So from my review, and I mean, I'm welcome to, you
Or
guys are
actually, it's
welcome.
outside of our scope to do the RFP.
Right,
Okay, so we need to do the RFP.
You guys would be welcome to look at her contract, and I'm happy to discuss if you're seeing something that it could fall under in her contract. I'm happy to discuss it. When I looked at her contract, I could not see something that it would fall within. But
They didn't do an RFP for Maven, right?
I don't think so, no.
So I guess I'm,
you wouldn't have to, because it's a manager, so it's personnel.
And I had told them that I would ask.
I
you
just
guys.
struggle overall with the two, which I've already said that the whole time. It's like the contracted amount now and then managing the social media. It's like none of it really makes sense how it's operating to me. So it's hard to be like, okay, next step, get a social media manager. It's weird. And it's odd that the last one, as soon as it was being looked at, they pulled out. That's weird too, so.
I don't know that so they had a special meeting last week, tourism did, to discuss the contract and next steps for marketing manager, and it did not seem like Eastern Sky pulled the contract because tourism wanted to look at it. It sounded like they pulled the contract because they felt that they were getting pulled back and forth about whether or not their contract would be renewed. And they were doing work for 2025 without having a contract there. So it sounds like they just pulled the contract themselves because there was that, and it sounds like maybe there were a couple other reasons that they pulled.
Yeah, just interesting because I don't think they represented anyone else's social media, so. But they should probably, I would think the tourism advisory would locate a person they wanted to use for social media.
I think the concern is that the contract with Maven Media was $44,000 or something like that for the whole year. And I did tell them that I would ask you guys if an RFP would be needed or if they were allowed to do comparables or whatever they'd done in the past. And the chair started working on an RFP. And so now here we are.
Yeah, $4,000 a month to share the pictures that are also paid for, the tours that are paid for, and stuff onto 3 platforms. Just seems a little wild to me, but I guess I've been confused on this one kind of from the beginning.
Gotta admit, I'm confused because I don't know nothing about it, so.
So do we want to,
I would have tourism advisory look for a person that they would like to use.
and then contract directly with them and not go through
Yeah.
Creative?
That would be my opinion.
So the tourism committee, advisory committee, kind of formulate the RFP instead of going through Cooley Creative, because it's really outside the scope of Cooley Creative's contract. So
And just because it was 44,000 doesn't mean it has to be 44,000. I mean, there's probably somebody that do it for 1,000. So a month.
So just so, are you wanting an RFP or are you wanting them to just
Is
do
an
their
RFP
own?
needed? I don't know if an RFP is needed.
I'm not sure. Again, I was gonna come and ask you guys, and then they had started the process of
I'll ask Tom. Tom's
writing
kind of
an
our
RFP.
RFP guru. Well, we need an RFP for a 40,000-ish.
Well,
It's not legally required.
yeah, because it's like a personal service or, yeah, so you do it in the interest of full transparency, but
Okay.
it's not actually, it's I would say the RCWs are wishy-washy on that, so.
If you guys feel like that is the best route, then you are more than welcome to do one. There's nothing stopping you from doing one, but you're not required to.
Okay, so the question is, do we want one? Caitlin, what are your thoughts on this?
I am the clerk and I will do as directed.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the RFP, but I would like it to be like a process. Like they, look at 3 or 4 people and choose the best one at the best price.
And would you all like to see the options that they've reviewed, just like with the board recommendation? Just have,
Well, I think because they are the advisory for us, I think we have to make the final decision, so.
Right.
Yes, I think we need to. So I'm okay
Okay.
with them and not, they don't need to go through the RFP, but go through some type of a process, so it's transparent and it's fair.
And it's
The-
thorough.
the other thing that I have for you from tourism is that the chair would like to meet with somebody. She has questions about the committee's responsibilities regarding reviewing contracts and subcontracts. So things like, is it their job to review the contracts? The chair would like to be explained again, the financial rules we are allowed to follow regarding entering into contracts of certain amounts. She has questions about voting. I have tried my best to explain to them their duties as advisory. But I think that maybe they do have bylaws. She, I think, is confused about some of the verbiage in the bylaws when it comes to voting. And I think that maybe I'm just not doing the best job of explaining the answers when it comes to these things. So Rebecca's advice was to have Sean meet with her and you three if you would like to answer her questions.
Is that the special meeting for tomorrow?
No, that is a different meeting. This one has not been scheduled yet. I just wanted to know I just want to know who to point Sean to for.
Jerry, what was your hand up?
Never mind.
I was just curious. I don't know because I'm not gonna have her answers. I'm reading her questions. They don't really make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, one of them makes sense, the others, it's like you're voting your recommendation. I don't know exactly how much, I don't know.
And it might be that she just needs to hear it from you. It could be that's kind of the situation.
Then I guess my question is, commissioners, do you know where their bylaws amended when they became advisory versus an action? Right, because I know what they were before, so.
I'm reading it right now, so I don't have the.
I personally don't, but I'd like to see them.
I can send them to you.
Like the second question kind of fits this conversation, and it's, do they need to go to RFP or have comps considered? So in this, we are asking we want to see the comparisons and choose. So I would say in that type of situation, that's how you would do it. But on the overall marketing manager, then you would have that contract reviewed. You'd probably have the contract reviewed once selected by PA's office at that time too. So it's kind of both.
Well, it looks like the chair does not vote, only to break a tie, which I thought the chair was a voting member. So I'm not seeing the chair can only vote to break a tie.
She's asking more about when a vote should be taken, not necessarily who should be voting.
Okay.
So one of her examples is if several $1,000s is going to be moved from TV streaming to photography, should there be a vote?
Well, sometimes when they vote, it just makes it clear so that
Yeah, you get the
whether you
majority,
check a
not
box
one.
or then you know what was discussed and there's no problem.
Her struggle with it is that in the bylaws, it says votes may only be taken to reach consensus regarding the presentation of recommendations to the board, which that was just, I mean, I put that in there because that's what multiple other ones have said. She is saying it is limiting what they are supposed to vote on as only recommendations to the board and not adopted policies, which I think that I don't know if it's me, but it feels like I have tried explaining to them that the things that they do are recommendations to you guys, like the action that they take to update their policies. It's going to you guys as a recommendation. So, or like even to change their budget, it's a budget that you adopt. It's not a budget that they adopt. They are recommending to you that the county adopts this budget. And like Rebecca said, I think that it is just now a situation where they just need to hear it from somebody that's not me.
Okay. It does sound like they need to vote. Votes may only be taken to reach consensus regarding the presentation of recommendations to the board. So I think any changes they make probably needs to be voted on.
And to clarify, any changes they're recommending to make.
Correct, thank you.
So long story short, are you guys fine with me scheduling something? You guys,
Yes.
Rebecca,
I think we can have the whole
John?
board there, so we're all.
Great.
So we all three give a different answer.
So we're all on the same page at the end of the day.
Okay, I know it is 12:01. Vietnam Veterans of America Wheeler Building. Is that a you or was that a Barb? Barb doesn't have a headset.
Barb, but I believe Jerry's here to.
And I'm also here. Tony contacted me after he got word of it also. And as the chairman of the Veterans Advisory Board, I'm just asking the commissioners to give the Veterans Advisory Board a chance to look at this and come up with a recommendation to the board. Your veteran service officer is well renowned, okay? I mean, in the state and nationally. And he's doing an incredible job. He's just shy of $3 million. He's brought in tax-free to this county in 2.5 years. So I'm asking the commissioners to give the Veterans Advisory Board and his office a chance to formulate a plan to present to you in the event the VVA doesn't have anything. I'm not gonna sit and harp on anything with the VVA. There's issues there. We all know that. So I think we have a plan that would be beneficial to the entire county and to help all veterans, not just indigent veterans.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then Kamaki City Youth Exchange.
We have a youth coming over. I had Barb put this on the calendar. The school district is taking care of it. The city of Kamaki will be paying the bulk of Raina's salary, and I looked at her budget. She did request, where did it go? I think she wanted to use the county van, some fuel. Maybe it was taxi. Look at it. Not real thoroughly. I couldn't read it very good. It was either $2,000 to $4,000 to help pay it. The school will be taking care of the bulk of this, and so Raina was just wondering.
What school?
Royal School District. They attended Royal School District. So last year, 2 years ago, Kamaki. Well, they have half the kids went to, when we had 10 kids, half of them went to Royal, half of them went to Moses Lake because we couldn't find enough host families because they were all females, all young ladies that came over. So Royal City will take on the hosting, but there might be $2,000 to $4,000 that they will be short on the hosting with Kamaki City paying Raina. So Raina was just worried about the gap.
Can you send her budget? For me, it would just depend on the county's benefit of her service. In the past, we kind of had made the decision that we didn't really see a benefit in her service for youth exchange, so re-reviewing that for me is what I would need.
Okay. Kevin, I'm gonna send it to you too. And Barb has a copy of this, I believe.
Any other items for roundtable? All right, well, since we're 5 minutes into your lunch, we will recess until 1 p.m. and we're back for our HR weekly update.
much.
Good afternoon. It is 1 p.m. and we are back in session with a human resources update. We are going to begin our meeting with an executive session for job. Is it going to be evaluation or disciplinary?
Discipline.
Okay. Personnel disciplinary matters, RCW 42.30.110. We will be going in until 1:30 p.m.
I just want to make sure
How long would you like to return?
Another 15 minutes.
We're going to extend executive session 15 more minutes to 1:45.
do their best at their IEP. So he has to be
We're just
able
coming
to.
out of-
Commissioners, it's 1:45.
We're going for 5 more minutes.
Might as well
5
go
more
10.
minutes.
Okay.
We're going to extend executive session for 10 more minutes, coming out at 1:55. be successful.
Severely, severely,
Yeah.
that are disgruntled, yeah. So
Okay.
there's more to the story.
Okay, so out of executive session, HR will work on scheduling a meeting.
Do you want this back since it's a draft?
Should you take the image back?
I read all I need to read.
I did have two more items if the board has the,
Yep, you
Yeah.
got 5 minutes.
okay. Thank you, Jen and Yes, Monty. it's good.
Thank you, Jen, thank you,
Be in
Monty.
touch. Thank you.
Hopefully we don't see you guys for years.
Right?
Thank you for your
I'll
time.
take some time and we'll have lunch or hop into an event.
Yeah.
Yes, that's fun. Thank you. So second item is position control for district court. I do have a PAR based on the decision that was made last week for both the district court administrator as well as the assistant administrator. I did have a question about the effective date on these PARs. Was it the board's intention to go retrospective 1/1/25? Or was
Not
it
mine.
the board's
I
intention
think
to
we're
go
gonna try to get away from retro.
The
prospective?
decision date is my day.
Okay, so that
Personally.
means, okay, so I heard Cindy say
No retro.
no retro, Rob say no retro, Kevin?
I'll go along with that.
Okay. So that means that these PARs will be effective the first day of the next pay period. So I'm gonna wrap that up. I'm gonna add these dates and then I'll give
And
this
we
to you
did have
guys
a
for
calendar here
signature.
because it just makes it so much easier for our payroll technician when they're doing it, if we put the correct date on it, so they don't have to split.
Yes, and I
Try to
believe
make
the
it a little
beginning
more-
of the next pay period was yesterday.
Okay.
So I will double check that, add this, and then give you guys it to sign. Unless you guys are okay signing and then me adding the effective date after.
I'm fine with you adding the effective date. And I did reach out to Kirk. I don't believe the PARs of the commissioners for 2025 salary got pushed forward. Because on our little PAR sheet, they were the same for 2024 and 2025.
Okay. And you said you reached out to Kirk?
Yes, but Kirk is not.
Would you mind forwarding that to Decorah and I, and we can take a look?
I was just asking. I will. I'm locked out of my computer once again.
Okay, no problem. Just sit.
Are we out of executive session? Daryl,
Yes.
Daryl, you can come in. You can take that off.
Locked them out.
Okay, yeah, so you just want to come in for the next meeting.
I think it was yesterday that we started. I'm pretty sure.
I thought you said that last week.
Oh, wait, day before yesterday, Sunday.
19,
I will add that date.
21st. Do anything else? That was it?
That was it.
We'll go into recess until 2 p.m. when we're back for our weekly commission meeting.
Tell me.
Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, January 21st, 2 p.m. We're here for our weekly commissioners meeting. I will begin with calling the meeting to order and beginning with an open forum for citizen input. 3 minutes per person, 15-minute time limit.
I want to be one of those people.
Okay, well, I think you're the only one in the
premise?
in-house, so
Okay.
you're welcome to step to the podium, give your
Stay
name.
where you're at, do whatever.
I'll just stay right here if that's okay and you don't care. Unless you need me to move.
Go ahead.
Move to the front row at least. I had sent some letters to you guys. I just wanted to know if you had gotten a copy. One regarding the juvenile, or lack of a juvenile
Will you
facility.
give your name?
Megan Diamond, Ephrata, Washington. So sorry. And then the second letter was about whether the judges do their reporting every year by November 1st. I haven't been able to find out if the Superior Court judges do that. So I thought you guys might be able to find out.
Okay, so on number 2, the judicial reporting, we did send that over to the Superior Court to.
Okay, I haven't heard anything from either one,
Okay.
so.
And
I just
then-
was here dropping off another letter, so I thought I'd stop in and say hi.
Anyway, and then your first comment, the juvenile facility, we do have a youth facility, it's up on the hill. We do contract, and I believe there's 12 or 13 other counties in the state, there could be more than, but.
I've heard everybody else does it, so we can
So we
too.
have an interlocal agreement, so we do, actually, we pay for, we are responsible for the youth.
Yes, but once we hit 50,000 people, we have to have a facility within our county. That's what the juvenile law reads. It would make no sense otherwise. It was declared an emergency, a state of emergency in 1945. That's how long ago this has been going on. Tommy P. versus the Board of Commissioners, Spokane County, explains it clearly, Washington Supreme Court. It's a statutory duty, explicit, once you hit 50,000. And then once you hit 500,000, then it's a different category. Under 50,000, like Douglas County, they don't have to have one. So what applies to Douglas County doesn't apply to Grant County because of population size.
So Tommy Pierce versus Spokane. And I know some of the other counties are smaller, but again, we still have our youth facility up here.
I know, and I work with North Central Washington, NAMI.
Okay.
So Chelan County is an area that I cover also. And so Grant County kids taking up space for Chelan County kids isn't helping the situation. So Chelan has their own issue. They're over 50,000. So they have their facilities, which is great facilities. We could do that here because we're 100,000. And we should not be the biggest county putting our problem on little counties because we can't. So that's just my opinion. And I found the Supreme Court ruling. You could throw Olmstead, the federal, that mental health care needs to be as close to home as possible. And most of these kids have mental health issues. It's juvenile is supposed to be rehabilitative, not punishing, and we can't rehabilitate anybody and get them into our community if they're not actually in our community. So I know that I'm willing to argue it out through the court system to see who's right, but I think it would just be better that we all do what's right for the kids. And we don't put our problems on Chelan County or up on Spokane County or try to jump on what little counties are doing because we're not a little county anymore, guys. We're the size of Chelan and Douglas together, just Grant County. We're bigger than them. So why are we putting our problems on them? I don't know if that makes sense to anybody else. It just doesn't seem like the appropriate thing to do.
So you're part of the Chelan County?
North Central Washington, NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I'm on the board for that, and then I'm on the health board. And
Okay, so you've been to their facilities and you know?
up there, or our facility here that's,
The one in Chelan.
yeah, they have two facilities. So one for crisis and one for detention or longer term, you know?
So are you saying that they don't do a very good job of what they?
No, I'm saying what they do up there is what we need to do here. And that they have enough of their own problems
And Grant County doesn't need to shove it off on somebody else because they can. I mean, it's just bad politics. We're twice the size of them.
We're paying.
It doesn't matter. There's only so much space in the system. You have to create the beds here for the kids. It's explicit. 1945, it was declared a state of emergency of the lack of juvenile detention. And nobody's taken it upon themselves to actually do it. Well, I want to be the new Tommy P versus the Board of Commissioners of Spokane County. And we'll see what the court decides, but it's explicit. Once you hit 50,000, you have to. Where it says in the law, several counties shall, the several counties are the over 50,000 counties. And the under may, that's the under 50,000, which is Douglas County. So what applies to them doesn't apply to us because of population. And we need the beds. We don't need to put it somewhere else. We need more beds, just flat out.
More
and we could build a mental
beds
well,
for
we need
incarceration.
not incarceration, is rehabilitation.
But
and then we need
Chelan
crisis.
Takes place
they have
is
two.
Youth incarceration for us.
They do one
and
side.
And they have a lot of vacancy at that facility. So
that's
really...
not our problem though. What Chelan County does isn't Grant County's problem. What we do should be representing for the rest of the state because we're the biggest county around, is what I think. We should be the example, not the follower. And I don't understand why people would not want to do the things that they need to do. You don't have to build the facility that Chelan has. It only says you have to build some facility, house, matron, something, some place to put the kids. Because when the kids act up, they need some place to go. So then the parents can get in the system. We could have mental health care right there too. Like Dale could have part of his facilities there. We could do whatever we wanted. There's no like set statute that says it has to look like a detention center or it has to look like a vacation house. It's whatever we as a community wanted to create. And I think it's a great opportunity for us to come together as a community to really put the juveniles first, because we're not going to end the mental health crisis if we can't get to the youth.
Okay, thank you.
So, and you did send the one over to the judges?
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. You guys are awesome.
Yeah,
Thanks for letting me vent.
To the prosecutor.
Yes, and if he wants to write back and forth, that's why I was trying to do the writing. Then you don't have to see me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Have a
Are you
good day. Have a
thank
good
you.
weekend. I did get your card downstairs. They handed it to me. Is that
Okay.
correct to call you if
Sure.
I had questions?
Yep.
Or- Okay, that's what they said
Okay,
downstairs. Sorry.
thank you.
Thank you guys.
Okay, can you unmute call-in users?
You have 3 call-in users. So Jim, Keith, and Carrie, I've given you the ability to unmute if you have anything that you'd like to say.
Okay, hearing none. Does anyone else in the room have anything for public comment? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the agenda.
Sorry, I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. 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 Motion passes to approve the agenda. Do we have any correspondence, emails, letters of response, support, anything? No, commissioners, anything?
I just did forward you the Kamaki letter from the budget from Raina.
Okay.
We can talk about it next week.
I don't have anything else.
Okay. Do we have any items for roundtable discussion? I know we just had a roundtable. We don't have anything in the notes to be discussed right now.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Just to let the board know that Central Services did start that Facebook page and has posted about the RAB meeting for the community to come to the courthouse. So just so you're aware, start to get comments.
Grant County.
So one of the Washington State Department of Transportation wanted us to invite public comment and have a meeting.
Oh, the roundabout. Okay.
Yeah, on the roundabout. So I let them know the best way to contact this community, since we don't have a local paper anymore except for the Columbia Basin Herald, was to do the Facebook posts.
Was it through Joey or we started our own? You just
No, I started one for Grant County Central Services, and then if you guys want to boost it, promote it, if Joe Crete knows about it.
If the
so-
sheriff can promote it, he has the largest following of all of us.
I just wanted to let you know it was out there in case you got questions.
Okay, no, that would be good because that is actually something that impacts his office with the new jail, so he may put that out there for, and I'm sure he would. Try to make it simple.
You already have one shared, Tom. One person already shared it.
Oh, that's good.
Tom, when is that? When is that meeting?
February 12th, I believe, 6 PM. It's on the hearing room calendar. I'll be here, the RAB designer will be here, lighted construction will be here. I would imagine we'll have representatives from the city and the PUD here as well.
Is that Tuesday night? Is that Tuesday?
It's a Wednesday night.
Okay. Is Valentine's Day on a Friday?
I'm not sure.
Oh, no,
It must
I
be.
can't read it. My glasses.
So it's the same day that all the lighted folks are here in
Okay.
town for the construction meeting, so it makes it easy for them. They don't have to travel there twice.
Yes, if February's it looks like it's a Tuesday. No. I'm on the wrong calendar. Sorry.
What day?
I'm sorry, the 20th. Because you're looking at January,
Oh, okay.
February.
We need to.
13th is a Thursday.
Okay.
Well,
So the 14th. Oh, see, I have it right here in front of
It
me.
is a
This
Friday.
issue with that.
I should.
Okay, thank you, Tom, for.
Yep, this is old. This has only got a few days left on it. and it's
So
got-
is it a Thursday night, Tom?
It should be a Wednesday night.
Wednesday, so it is 12.
Caitlin, do you mind putting that on our calendar?
It is on your calendar.
It's probably we have health district that. Might, no?
I don't see health district on there yet, but
We should have health district.
the roundabout public outreach meeting is on the calendar from 6 to 7 PM.
And then health district, if it's a second Tuesday, or second Wednesday, yeah, we should have health district.
Yeah,
But
Wednesday,
if you forget to put
Wednesday,
that on-
February 12th.
Our health district? We should have health district,
It'll be on there. The
okay.
calendar just hadn't been generated that far yet because
Oh,
we
okay.
were still working on the updates.
Any other items for roundtable? Any consent agenda items you want to review, or I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
Mr. Chairman, that we approve our consent agenda items 1 through 24.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Consent agenda items 1 through 24 have been approved.
Mr. Chairman, that we approve a walk-on. It's a comp plan amendment that we did earlier this month. There is one resolution and 2 attachments per the resolution.
I'll second.
Sorry. I'll
Any
second.
discussion? Do you have any questions? Would be my only discussion.
No.
That was the hearing your first day, basically.
I'm spacing out, so I was reading something else.
So we're like.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Walk-on item has been approved. Ready to sign?
I mean, everyone gets a copy for doing a walk.
Technically, I feel like it doesn't count as a walk.
Why? Did we forget it or something?
No, it's the comp plan. It always comes like well after the hearing does.
Oh.
So I feel like it's not his fault that it's late or anything. So
Thanks for coming.
You should pay attention.
Yeah, I couldn't make the earlier meeting, but I was like, I will show up just in case there are questions.
He was online for a while, then he wasn't. See you guys.
Perfect. Well, that was easy.
that one actually might be the credit card.
And who is the other individual that she's
Oh, Kirsten, yes.
It's there this time. That's the AP
Perfect.
badge.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry.
It's, that whole grant has been a
You wanna check my
whirlwind, so it's
From last time.
not a big deal.
Kevin, can I steal your blue?
I just want you to know that. Like, I was beating myself about that until you emailed me back.
Yeah, no, I'm really not worried about it.
Minutes.
I'm still learning the whole process, so I was like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's not how it was supposed to go. But no worries.
You're right. Thank you.
And I did update the letter this time to be the appropriate people, where the last one was still the old
Yes.
order. So,
Well, we can do the old, I can take it?
Yeah.
Yes.
so this one is the one for the second purchase. I can
Okay.
redo it for the other one.
I don't
Did
think
we
it's
have
really
the
that
wrong,
big of a deal.
I had the wrong commissioner. I had Danny on there for
You
the
know,
last
I
one.
wanted- Would it be
And
easier
then,
if we did
Yeah.
District 1, 2, and 3, and then you don't have to change this, and some of ours get sent back? Are they corrected, or do you want chairman of the board?
I mean, if you,
Definitely.
this is a resolution from the finance committee. I feel like no matter what happens, there's some way, somehow, come June, somebody is still gonna have Danny Eastone on their
mhm.
little papers or something like that, so.
When Danny came in, it took like a year and a half for Richard's name not to be on stuff. I was still getting invited out stuff like last year.
No, I didn't know we had HR on here. I thought I saw one, planners.
Well, perfect. I appreciate everything you guys do.
Coordination.
So
Well, thank you.
I don't know how you guys do it some days.
Listen.
We're learning.
It's like keep them all on.
No, don't put all of that on me. I'm just kidding. I work here.
Like herding cats.
So nice.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, thank you guys.
Thank you.
I'd rather heard gerbils.
They're slippery little guys. Beautiful.
Mice just,
What's the county investment for? That's the end of the year. It's gonna be changing.
Great question.
All right.
Couldn't tell you. This is the Veterans Advisory Board, the workforce.
Oh,
Advisory
no, I don't
committee?
think I signed in front of it.
Nope. I got that one. Missed this one though.
Well, frankly, trouble.
Okay, you're good on all the other ones. This is the request from Grant County Animal Outreach.
Frank is still in the mosquito.
Extension request from the Port Royal Slope. Emergency Management, State Homeland Security Program Grant Agreement. This is a purchase for search and rescue marine unit equipment.
so much more fun than anything we get to do. Shop for boats, buy trailers, buy guns, buy body armor.
SHOT Show in
Go to
Vegas.
SHOT Show, yeah, go to SHOT Show.
I
Exactly.
heard about that new boat. Saturday.
Got the update. Run it against the beach, ruin the engine, no big deal. We'll just fix it.
I'll say they're not running the back end against the beach.
Board recommendation and an award letter.
I'm assuming they have the breeder trainer license already done.
$3 million to dig a hole, put some liner in and some pipes. Crazy.
Out-of-state travel request, new.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out who Shamrock Paving was.
Different out-of-state travel request for renew.
One of Pam Myers is. I think it's just,
Sheriff's Office, dentist leadership training. A boat purchase.
Oh, I'm buying a boat.
I should just check the box tonight. Just in my little.
You would see them in about 20 minutes. They would all be here. They would show up from wherever they were.
You know what, they would probably call Barb and I first.
What
And then we'd come in.
Well, you did just sit with them on Saturday, so.
Resolution to surplus ballistic vests.
Yeah, what do they do with those? Do they destroy them?
Yep. The ballistic vests are conformed to the deputies.
Or they'll transfer them.
Yeah.
If they leave, if, one of them will leave to go to like out of county, then it leaves surplus them, then.
This is tasers and body cams that are being
I
donated.
would think after 3 or 4 years, it would probably smell. Like,
Yeah, they said that they're old and they need to be replaced. So those ones are getting.
Yeah, I'm not even wearing them out in the heat. Summertime.
Fun.
I mean, every year. they
Purchase
smell
order for
better.
Civic Plus.
How was the cattleman's dinner?
It was all right. We didn't win any free beef, though, did we?
I have fewer sugar boxes, instead of about 100 boxes. As long as you're happy. She was that individual yelling.
You weren't able to talk
I
there?
thought maybe they were the ones that left. But all I said it wasn't.
No, I go bad for it because I've been through this.
She was probably in shock. I think everybody was.
Hopefully,
It was loud.
like, when you get yourself in trouble, I don't want to have to jump over there and save you. So I better talk to somebody.
All right, we will go into recess until 3 p.m. We are back for Public Works update.
Public Works.
Goodbye.
You're not muted, just so you know.
Just watch what you say.
Gee, thanks.
Unless you say, wow, Rob's the greatest. And then you laugh when you mute.
has a very concise, short meeting.
Usually about 20 minutes.
I did too, but I was always accompanied by the long-winded one.
Good afternoon. It is 3 o'clock and we are here for a public works update.
Good afternoon. I'd like to start with our discussion topic regarding Bridge 350 and the transfer to the PUD.
Was that why the PUD is here? I was wondering.
That's why the PUD is here, Mr. Sam Dart. So, Sam, is there anything you'd like to?
Afternoon, Commissioners. Yes, we do not want the bridge. And I think there was some miscommunication on that whole process. And so it moved forward without the PUD officially requesting the jurisdictional transfer. So we would like for the Commissioners to rescind the resolution that transfers the bridge to Grant PUD.
Which bridge is that?
Bridge 350 north of Quincy. It's on, what is that?
Road R Northwest.
And we have a little bit of right of way north of it, but it's not a right of way that we maintain. Years ago, I think going back to when Derek was the director, the farmers that had a grain bin north of there actually were allowed to put up gates with the agreement that the lock that they put on it, the PUD had to have access, because you guys have some infrastructure up there.
Fire or something?
Yep, fire, public works needed access.
Irrigation district.
Irrigation district.
Is that Babb Creek? Is that a Babb Creek or somewhere?
No, it's just our northwest, north of, it's right at the end of the road. Crosses, it's about
My map's here.
it's about a 30-foot wide bridge. It's wood, it's a wooden structure. And I spoke to Dave about this last week, and PUD has not legally accepted the bridge, and Public Works has no objection to you rescinding the transfer.
Okay.
So it's,
What was the reason for the transfer in the first place?
well, you
Miscommunication?
have to ask,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'd say miscommunication. So there was some landowners who were inquiring about vacation of Road R from Road 12.5 north. And then that kind of got muddled, and then the jurisdictional transfer of the bridge came up. So there was never an official request from the PUD.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Would you be interested in any other bridges?
no.
The Crescent Bar one.
No, definitely not. So, yeah, and our general managers, I submitted a letter on him requesting the rescission of the of Bridge 350.
Motion for that, or?
Probably put it on consent agenda.
Yeah, it's just discussion this week.
Yeah, just
so
discussion is what we were.
it's kind of a weird deal. And I actually, when Barb brought it up to me, I said, have you ever done this before? She said, nope. So we wanted to discuss it first. And so, yeah, we could put it on for next week. Is there any other questions on that one?
The one thing I would notify Public Works and the commissioners of, someone has placed ecology blocks along the front of the bridge.
The front of the bridge, the south side?
On the south side.
On this
So
bridge
is,
we're
there
talking
is a
about,
safety
350?
issue currently there, so just be advised, that was not the PUD.
Now that we own it again.
Yeah, that was not the PUD, but we've seen
Okay.
it, and, yeah, we've
Is
been
it
made aware of
because
it.
the bridge is bad, or?
What's that? No,
No, it's just somebody's blocking it so people can't get through.
right.
It
correct.
gets, because there's no road on the other side and there was a gate, it gets a lot of graffiti and trash and kids partying up there, and it's, but
And
no,
it's
the
not
bridge,
Barron Springs. Is our road turned into,
our northwest.
So if you follow R out of Quincy, I think it's Road 13 in Quincy,
okay.
and goes
It's-
north.
I
It's
see
kind of an
Q, and
eyesore,
I
but the,
just am
the
not-
bridge is structurally
R.
fine.
Okay, R. Yeah, I finally found it. It doesn't
So
belong
the
with
ecology blocks just kind of keep people from getting in there then.
Yeah,
Yeah, the problem with those is, well, they're not, there's no reflectivity on them right now. They are graffitied, but that doesn't reflect. And there's no deflection, so if someone were to hit those,
Got a
just
problem.
potential.
those will be
They're gonna
good.
go after us.
Well, is it, Weren't you here?
And that was part of the stipulation on that gate that was north of the bridge where
Would Mr. Morris have put it up there? Is that?
I don't know, where our maintain right of way ended, is he had to keep a reflective sign saying that the gate was closed, and he really struggled with that because it kept getting graffitied and shot, and but that was the farmer's responsibility at the time. Okay, I will, so you don't know who it is, you guys, okay.
So would Public Works go out there and find out about the ecology blocks, or is that?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll put our bridge supervisor on that, make a few phone calls, talk to some of the landowners, but no, we'll have to remove them ourselves.
We might get some free ecology blocks.
That's right. Yeah, Sam
Look at
says
it in the
they're
positive.
decorated.
Okay.
Anything else on that one?
No, now that I found it. Took me a hot minute.
Yeah, you can see it's just, we've never maintained the right of way on the other side of it. We do, I didn't look to see how far it went, but it does go a little ways with that gate being there since probably 2003. They're just, we don't do anything with it. So.
Yeah, I don't think there's a gate there anymore.
No, it got all shot up, and the farmer, they retired and sold their ground, and then the gate just stopped being maintained. So it is not there anymore, but. So that it for, so you, thanks, Sam.
Huh?
Thanks, Sam.
No, thanks. Thank you all.
Thank you. It's good seeing you.
And if I need to be a consent, just let me know. But that's fine.
You're probably okay.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks, Sam. On the consent items, the phase 4, Rob, you asked me a great question at roundtable. Phase 3 in August of 2020 was $2.2 million. It was about 15 acres larger than phase 4, plus that's when our current flare system went in. And so with the extra work, it was still $1.1 million cheaper than phase 4 in 5 years.
Everything has shot up.
Yeah. So our lowest responsible bidder was Shamrock Paving, and it came in at 3.28. Our engineer estimate was 3.8, and then it got right at the start of it, got revised down to 3.6. So we still came in under our engineer's estimate, and we budgeted 4.2.
What'd you say it was in 2020? I have 2.7, but it was 2.1.
2.22.
Okay, 2.2.
Yeah. And it was a
You were
big,
pretty darn close.
and it was $500,000. Isn't that close? I felt bad.
$1 million.
No, but just off the cuff.
But it was even more when I read the acreage, and I knew that new flare system that we currently have went in at that time. And it's the flare system now that if it goes out, it alerts Jason and Jackie and then myself on its own. Because if it's off for so long, we get fined. And it was quite a system that was put in with phase 3. And phase 4 will just attach into that network and use the same flare. So any questions on phase 4? It was anything at all?
No.
It's supposed to, slated to be done by the end of June. So it's, our forces, we rented a rock truck and dug it out probably within 2 or 3 feet of final grade. And I don't know when was the last time we were at the landfill, but as you come in, all that material that's just right outside by the scale, that's the material they dug out of phase 4, saving the county a little bit of money there rather than having a contractor remove it. So, okay, if there's no other questions, the C2 is the load limits. We typically get those every winter. So it's just permission for us to load limit our roadways. This cold will help. We had some over in District 2 that were looking a little rough last week, but the cold will help a little bit. So maybe we won't even need them. We'll see. But we have to do this before we can post them. So that's what that one's about. Is there anything on that one?
I'm
And,
sure if there is, we will get a call.
yeah. And then I'd like to request an executive session for land acquisition. Probably, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes.
Okay, we're gonna go into executive session for 15 minutes, going in at 3:10 PM, returning at 3:25 PM for real estate acquisition. RCW 42.30.1101B.
Commissioners, it is 3:25.
Thank you, Caitlin.
We are now out of executive session.
And that's all I had for my update. Is there any questions?
I have none.
Questions I had.
I guess I do have a question. So we're kind of looking at our schedule. Do you anticipate our updates are much shorter than they used to be? Do you anticipate our updates are going to be 30 minutes or should we continue to hold an hour?
I really think we can go to 30 minutes.
Okay.
Right
And
now we have them set for 30.
Oh, we do?
Well, in the new
Okay.
one.
I think this is by far my longest one, and I was here by myself, so.
We had an executive session, so, okay.
And I working with Barb, I might actually be requesting to change my date if it works out.
Yeah, and that might work out for Dave too, because he comes to our consent agenda and then he usually is waiting a good 30 minutes for 30, 40 minutes for the next one. So I'm sure that.
So, no, I think 30 minutes is gonna be fine. That was about as much as I ever want to talk right there. So, thank you.
All right, well then, we will recess until tomorrow at 10 a.m. At 10 a.m. Thank you.